No, not afraid. Terrified. "I was getting a clean T-shirt, Dad. I mean, Reverend Sir." "I don't care what you were doing," Bill snapped. "When I call you, you've got how long?" 10 seconds, Dad. No, sorry, sir, Reverend. Reverend. Finally, the boy says something I can bear listening to. "Now I want you to take a deep breath, boy, and I want you to rest that stupid brain of yours. Do you understand what you need to do?" "I guess so." "It's real simple, son. Just don't think." "About anything?" "About anything. I just want you to close your eyes. That's good. You're perfectly safe." Candy threw a puzzled glance toward her mother, but Melissa was watching her husband. There was not so much as a flicker of affection on her face. If she had ever really loved him, it seemed that love had been poured away, every last drop of it. In its place, there was only fear. "Our eyes deceive us sometimes, son," Bill was telling Ricky. "They make us see things that aren't really there, and sometimes they hide things that are there." "Yeah?" "Oh, yes, I wouldn't lie to you. You know that." "Of course." "So it's time your eyes told you the truth, don't you think?" "Sure." "Good," Bill told him. "Now, are you ready?" "For what, sir?" "To see what the world really looks like, Ricky. Your attention is wandering. You're not focused. Listen to me. We have a force of evil that will destroy us right here in our midst." "Do we?" "Open your eyes and see for yourself." Ricky's eyes flickered open, and it was clear from the instant his eyes focused that his father's tutelage had worked. "Candy," he said, "where did you come from?" "I'm not—" "Shut your wicked mouth," her father said, jabbing the air just a couple of inches away from her face. "Don't listen to anything she says, boy. I told you they're full of lies, didn't I? It comes so easily to them. They open their painted red lips and the lies just start tumbling out. They can't stop themselves." "What are you talking about, Bill?" Melissa said. "You, woman." "Woman?" "That is your gender, isn't it?" Bill replied. Candy saw the look of mystification on Melissa's face. This sounded like her father, only worse. "I don't know what the hell or who the hell has gotten into you, but you are not my husband." "What's happening?" Ricky said, with an edge of panic in his voice. Bill pointed at Candy. "You're the reason this town has lost its way, lost its mind. You brought freaks onto our streets so they can gain a hold on our world." "That's ridiculous," Candy said. "Whoever is still here was just left behind when the waters receded. I'm sure they all want to go home." "Home? Oh, no. These deviants are never leaving this town, except in coffins." "What?" "How much plainer do I need to be? We're fighting a war against these invaders. My foot soldiers are ordinary men and women who come to worship at my church and have heard me speak. They've seen these freaks with their own eyes. They know they exist. Demons from the bowels of hell." "No, Dad. They're just lost people who want to get back home to the Abarat. Let me go back there and talk to the council. They'll find some way to peacefully get all the folks who are left behind out of your town without blood being spilled." "Did you hear her, Ricky? Folks, she called these demons, as though they were the most natural things in the world." "Yes, sir, I heard." "What's to be done, Ricky? She's your sister. If you tell me to be merciful, I will be. But be very certain. I don't want to turn my back on her and find she's using her magic against us. Just look at her. There's nothing natural about her." "Why are you so interested in magic all of a sudden?" Candy said to her father. "You would have said anyone talking about that was crazy." "That was before I found my vest of many colors." He ran his palm over the garment, and it responded to his touch. A ripple of pleasure ran through it, causing its designs to intensify. "Hats," Candy said, suddenly remembering where she'd seen all the pieces of the patchwork before. It was 5 beaten-up hats. Bill's expression was glacial. Clever, he said. I knew the person who owned them, Dad. Now he was bad. He murdered the people who owned those hats just so he could have them for himself. Disgusting. You're making all this up as you go along, just like your mother. Lies, lies, and more lies. That's all you women are capable of. I swear, Candy said. That's why he's talking all weird, Mom. He's got a little bit of Caspar Wolfswinkel in him, because that was where his power was, in the hats he stole from the dead. You're not frightening me, if that's what you're trying to do, Bill said. Your sorcery won't work on me. I think we should take her to the church, Ricky. Yes, sir. I don't need your religion, thank you, Candy said. You're not getting any. You see, I've been having visions. Imagine that, you drunken lump of a father who everyone laughed at behind his back. I never laughed, Dad. It was sad. Shut your mouth. I don't need your pity. I've built a machine. He tapped the middle of his forehead. It came from a vision, and I couldn't understand what it was for. But now I know. It all fits. Bill, Melissa broke in. Maybe we should listen to her. No, a greater voice speaks to me, and I listen to it. He paused and for a moment closed his eyes. Even now it speaks. It's telling me what it needs. Oh, yeah? And what's that? Candy said. Bill's eyes opened in an instant. You. Part 4. The Dawning of the Dark. No need to fear the beast that comes alone to your door, for loneliness will be its undoing. Nor need you fear those beasts that hunt in packs. They will die when divided from their clan. Fear only the one that does not come at all. It's already here, standing in your shoes. The Last Sermon of Bishop Naughty-Ress. Chapter 26. The Church of the Children of Eden. Candy? We're almost there. Even though Candy had told Malingo not to wake her, she surely couldn't have meant him to leave her sleeping once they'd arrived. Still, he'd learned to be delicate when he was rousing her from sleep. There was no great urgency. The ferry had only just sailed into Tasmagore Harbor. It would be several minutes before they docked. Even so, there was an unease among the passengers that was nothing to do with their arrival. Their voices were shrill, their laughter forced. Malingo knew why. There was a mysterious sense of foreboding in the air. Something was coming, something that wasn't welcome. He had no more idea of the approaching something than the passengers who hurried past him, but it wasn't good. His stomach was tied in knots, and there was an itch behind his eyes that he first remembered feeling the day his father took him to be sold. He did his best to put the itch and the unease out of his mind so as to concentrate on waking Candy. He put his hand on hers and shook her gently. Come on, Candy. Time to wake up. There was no response. He shook her again. Come on, he said, leaning toward her now. You'll have to finish this dream another time. Wake up. I'm just dreaming this, Candy reminded her father. I don't have to listen to you. I can wake up at any time. Well, you'd better not, because if you do, he pointed to Melissa, she is going to be the one who suffers. Stop it, Bill, Melissa said. Why? Because you think I don't mean it? I mean it. Ask your daughter. There's stuff in his head right now he can't control, Mom, Candy said. Somebody stronger might have fought against it. Dad just didn't want to. You're going to regret that, he said. Candy, what's wrong? Malingo asked her. The expression on Candy's sleeping face was no longer calm. A frown furrowed her brow, and the corners of her mouth were turned down. "You're starting to scare me," Malingo said. "Why won't you wake up? Can you even hear me?" Did she nod her head? If she did, it was the tiniest of motions. "Oh, Lordy Lou, what is going on? Please wake up." Now it seemed she shook her head, though the motion was as subtle as her nod, so subtle he wasn't sure she'd moved her head at all. "Is it that you don't want to wake up right now?" And again she nodded, or at least he thought she did. "All right," Malingo said, doing his best to sound calm. "If you want to stay asleep, I guess that's okay. There's not much I can do about it anyway. You just keep dreaming. I'll deal with things on this end." There was neither a nod nor a shake by way of response. Her face simply became more intensely troubled. It was strange to be walking the streets of Chickentown again, even stranger to be walking them at her father's side, though of course she was invisible to everyone but him, and to see people's responses to him and how his reputation had changed in the time she'd been away. A few people were openly afraid of him. They either crossed over the street to avoid him or hurriedly ducked into stores. But others, seeing him coming, made sure to pay him their respects. Some simply nodded or offered a quick good afternoon. But not one of them was able to entirely conceal the unease they felt in his presence. A few of them actually called him Reverend, which Candy knew she'd never get used to. Reverend? Her father, the brutal alcoholic who beat his wife and children? Reverend? Her mother had been right. Things had certainly changed in Chickentown. Once they were off Main Street and there weren't so many people to see him apparently talking to himself, he said to Candy, "Did you see how much respect I get?" "Yes, I saw." "Surprised you, didn't it? Didn't it?" She wanted to defy him even now. She wanted to tell him that it was all an empty illusion, and she knew it. But then she thought of her mother. The man at her side was capable of doing terrible things, she didn't doubt it. So she answered him, "Yes, I guess it did surprise me. But what you don't understand is that these people are frightened. They can smell the freaks, the things that got washed into the streets and left here. And they're afraid. What I do is take the fear away." "How?" "None of your business. Salvation's a very private industry. They pay for the privilege, I can tell you that. I don't take a cent of it. All their contributions go back into the church, and everybody's glad to give. I'm bringing some comfort and maybe some happiness back into their lives. That's worth a few dollars of anybody's money. Here we are. Home sweet home." He was talking about a plain one-story brick building, now painted a garish green, which Candy must have walked past hundreds of times in her life. It had a big bulletin board on the small lawn at the front, which bore a single message. "The Church of the Children of Eden, Reverend William Quackenbush, welcomes all sinners in need of salvation." The member of the Sloppy's crew who found Malingo and Candy still aboard 15 minutes after the ship had docked was, much to Malingo's surprise and relief, another gesh rat. Talking to one of his own people made the complicated business of explaining their situation a little easier. It became easier still when the ferryman said, "You're Malingo, right?" "Do we know each other?" "No. I've just heard all the stories. My sister Yambini follows everything you and the girl do as best she can. There's a lot of rumors. People invent things about you, I'm sure, just so they've got something new to talk about." "I didn't realize anybody cared." "Huh? You kidding? You and Candy? Is it okay if I call her Candy, or should it be like Miss Quackenbush or some such?" "No, I'm sure Candy would be fine." "I'm Gambitmo, by the way. Biffy, Mo, but usually Gambat, like Gambitmo the Gesh Rat, only shortened. Gambat Ute." "It's good to meet you, Gambat." "Can I ask you something?" Of course. Could I get your autograph? It's for my sister. She will flap her fins." Gambat demonstrated what was obviously a family trait by flapping his own orange fins, which were uncommonly large. "Your sister would want my autograph?" Malingo said. "Are you kidding? Of course. She's a big fan. I am too, only it's really the girls who go crazy. She knows all the details, how you saved Miss Quackenbush. Sorry I can't call her Candy, it just doesn't sound right. From that crazy wizard guy, Wolfswinkle. We went to the house on Ninnyhammer, my sister and me. Saw all the stuff in the story. I mean, you can't touch anything. It's all roped off. But there's the proof. It all happened. Oh, and maybe on the next page, just something for me." Malingo accepted the notebook and then the pen, which had a small carved and painted copy of the Comexo Kid's head on the end of it, grinning from ear to ear. "Sorry about the stupid pen. A passenger left it. I hate the kid." "Yeah? That toothing grin, like everything's just dandy." "And it isn't? You ever met one of our people with money?" "Didn't think so. We don't have power or money or people to lead us. Why do you think we're all talking about you?" Malingo looked up at Gambat, searching his face for a hint of mockery, but he could find none. Candy's head lolled around as she slept. "Is Miss Quackenbush okay? Does she need maybe a doctor?" "No, I don't think so. She'll be fine. She's just tired." "What do you want me to write?" "Oh, I don't know. Anything you like. Her name's Yambini. Y-A-M-B, 2 E's N-I. While Malingo signed, his new friend chatted on. "Just between us. You two can stay up here for as long as you like. We're not heading back to Ninnyhammer for 5 or 6 hours. We've got to clean up the trash the passengers left. Oh, you are the Gesher. Look at that. She gets a drawing, too? It's not much, but you drew that so fast. That's amazing." There was a pause. Then he said, "What is it?" "Just something I see in dreams," Malingo told him. "It's a huge baby in a very small boat." "What does it mean?" "I don't know. I just dream it." "Well, she's gonna flap so hard she'll fly. Thank you. That is spaff, Gesher, totally spaff." Grinning a grin that was almost as broad as the kid's, he studied the autograph and drawing and went on his way. Brief as the exchange had been, it left Malingo with a lot to think about. It was a huge shock to discover that there were members of his beleaguered nation who not only knew of him, but were proud of having him numbered among them. For as long as there'd been books written, the Geshrat nation had been judged to be a lower order of being. They were menials, tradition stated, scrawny, dull-witted creatures without a maker of trinkets, trousers, or trouble in their tribe's history. Was it possible that he, who had come to believe over the years that his father's lack of grief when he sold him had been perfectly understandable? He was a worthless thing that no one, not even his own father, would be sorry to lose. Perhaps he judged himself too harshly, and too soon. Candy groaned in her sleep, shaking Malingo out of his stupor. What was he doing thinking about himself when Candy was still lost in slumber? For the first time in this journey, at Candy's side, he felt the need of some of the others. Two-Toed Tom, Geneva Peachtree, or Finnegan Hobb. Someone he could talk this problem through with. Anyone but the John brothers. They just had too many opinions. But wishing he had their company wouldn't make it so. He was on his own, in the silent company of the person who meant more to him than anyone ever had. Suddenly, he was afraid for her. Bill told Ricky to stay outside the church and keep watch. He then led Candy inside the church, which was as unremarkable on the inside as it had been on the outside. The pews were rows of cheap wooden chairs, the altar a table covered with a plain white cloth. There was no cross. "As you can see," Bill Quackenbush went on, leading his dreaming daughter down toward the altar. "We don't go in for anything fancy here. The message is what's important." "And what is the message, Dad?" "Don't call me that anymore. There's nothing between us." "Like love, you mean? Because I don't think you've felt that for any of us. Maybe Mom once, before you had us to hit." "Enough!" he said, his voice thick with old rage. They were just a few yards from the altar now, and Candy saw 6 or 7 other people in the darkened corner of the church. Her father had seen them, too. That, she thought, was why he wanted to end their conversation. "I've no interest in going over old errors, old sins." "Whose errors, Dad? Whose sins?" She went on, pressing her father in the hope of getting him to really show his temper. Maybe some of the members of his congregation would think twice about their smiling reverend if they saw the real Bill Quackenbush, the one she knew, the one that was vicious and violent. Bill stepped in between the folks gathered in the corner and very quietly said, "You've changed. I can feel the stench of your corruption, and it sickens me to my soul. I will do anything in my power to protect the good people who worship here from your perversions and abominations, the filth that you brought from that other place." "The Abarat, Dad. You can say it." "I won't soil my tongue." He wasn't quiet any longer. His fury echoed off the plain whitewashed walls. "Listen to yourself, Dad," Candy said. "Don't call me—" He stopped himself as his rant came to meet him from the far wall of the church. He stopped and once again dropped his voice. "Clever little witch, aren't you? You still know how to anger me, but I'm not falling for it." He took a deep breath. "If you defy me one more time, I will make your mother suffer. Do you understand me? Look at me, girl, when I'm talking to you. I want you to know who I really am." "The enemy," Candy said. Her father smiled. "Finally, we agree on something," he said. He turned his back on her and called out to his followers. "Is the machinery all warmed up and ready to go?" "I did it all exactly as you told me to, sir," one of them said. "Good. Very good." Chapter 27. Interrogation. Around the time Gambat was leaving Malingo and Candy on the upper deck of the Sloppy, now the happy owner of 2 autographs from the hand of the most famous Geshrat alive, a convoy of 5 vessels was about to depart from the harbor at Rakonkef on Gorgosium. The largest of these 5, the Krezu, was flying a smoke flag in the billows of which the stylized image of a needle and thread had been worked, marking it as the bearer of the presumptive Empress of the Hours, Lady Midnight herself, Mater Motley. The 4 ships that accompanied the Krezu were armed from waterline to crow's nest with cannons and stitchlings, all in service of protecting the Lady Midnight. Her departure had been delayed, of course. She had returned to her tower with the girl Meridian to find that Taint Nero, the seamstress she had left to clean the mosaic map of the Abarat that was laid into the floor of her chamber, had been thrown out of one of the chamber windows and lay dead at the bottom. Mater Motley had liked the seamstress Nero. The woman had been loyal and zealous. It didn't please her that circumstances obliged her to now interrogate the dead woman, which would cause the deceased profound anguish. Mater Motley was certain that, had she been able to offer her opinion, Taint Nero herself would have volunteered her suffering in return for the name of her murderer. Events many years in the designing were about to come to fruition, events that would transform the islands and all that lived upon them forever. She, who would be the mistress of that transformed world, could not afford to let a force as powerful as Taint Nero's murderer go uncaught. She needed to know who the trespasser had been, and quickly. She bent down and turned Taint's corpse over. Her face had a crack down the middle, but there was little blood. Ordering the rest of the women to retreat a few steps, Motley threw up a dome of diligences around herself, the body, and Nero's spirit, which was hovering over the corpse, attached by a decaying cord of ectoplasm. "Calm yourself, woman," Motley said. "I don't need more than a minute or two of your time. I don't want—" "You have no choice to go back. You have no choice into the flesh. You have no choice. Hear me, witch?" Taint's spirit, a smudge of panicked shadow, repeatedly flew against the inside of the dome of diligences like a fly trapped in a jar. The Empress quickly became weary of Nero's panicked cavorting. "Enough," she said. She reached out and caught hold of her seamstress's spirit. The shadow flailed, desperate to be free. Several of Nero's sisters watched on in silent horror. "Nasentab," said the old mother, and with these 3 syllables she unmade the dome. "If any of you find necromancy hard to witness, then I suggest you avert your eyes." Several did exactly that, 1 or 2 of the sisters even walking away from the body of Taint Nero entirely, so as not to even hear what was happening. Meanwhile, Mater Motley went down on her knees beside Taint Nero's corpse, telling one of the remaining sisters, "Fathoon, open her mouth wide and hold her head." Kunja Fathoon, who was a big-boned woman with huge hands, did as she was instructed. Mater Motley swiftly placed the spirit between Nero's lips and ordered Fathoon to close the dead woman's mouth and keep it closed whatever happened. Kunja Fathoon pinched the dead woman's mouth to stop the spirit from exiting that way. She kept it pinched closed for as long as a minute. Nothing happened, and nothing, and still nothing. Then suddenly the woman's leg twitched. Its motion was followed by an eruption of thrashings and kickings. "Calm, Taint Nero, calm," Mater Motley said. "I know this must be horrible for you coming back into your broken body, but I only need a few questions answered." She glanced up at Fathoon. "Are you ready?" Fathoon nodded. "Don't weaken." "I won't." "No," Mater Motley said, her certainty confirmed by something in Fathoon's eyes. "No, you won't. Then let's be done with this, shall we?" "At your instruction, my lady." "Now," Fathoon uncovered Nero's mouth. "Cease this, Taint Nero, right now!" The woman's cries became less pitiful. Her contortions dwindled. "That's better," the old mother said. "Now answer me quickly and truthfully. Then I can let you go, and you can go to your death." Taint drew a second phlegmatic breath and then spoke, her voice unequivocally that of a dead woman, flat, thin, joyless. "What did I do to deserve this?" "The fault wasn't yours, Nero. I simply want to know who murdered you." Mater Motley leaned forward a little to catch the answer when it came. "Who was it, sister?" "It was the Princess Boa." "Impossible." "I swear." "She's been dead 16 years, sister." "I know. Yet it was she." "And you have no doubt?" "None. It was she. It was Boa. It was. Her reanimated body was beginning to defy her control. Her face was riddled with tiny tics and seizures. They seemed to give her pain, even though her nerves had only a ghost of life left in them. Mater Motley studied the corpse at her feet without replying. Nero's despairing eyes stared up at the woman who held her spirit hostage. "I've told you all I know. Let me go to my death. It will be kinder than life was." "Well, then," the old mother said, "let go, Fathoon. Peace in the void, woman. Begone!" She had barely finished her sentence when the seamstress's spirit had fled its confinement and was rising away from her prison and her imprisoner. Then the shadow smudge had gone from sight, lightless against a lightless sky. Mater Motley's return to the Needle Tower and her subsequent discoveries and dealings there had delayed the departure of the Krezu a little over 2 hours. But once the immense vessel was out in the open waters, it moved with extraordinary speed. The engine that blazed in the belly of the vessel, a brutal, delirious conjoining of the harrowing with the depraved, the unforgivable with the insane, propelling the Krezu through the Isabella, defying every current. The Isabella didn't protest the vessel's brutal power. The sea knew what dread influence had wrought the vessel and had given it authority. She knew the monstrous power the Old Mother wielded, simply by reading rumors and toxins in the streams that poured down the slopes of the islands into her tides. The Isabella knew how much worse things were soon to get. It would serve the myriad life forms who dwelt within her waters no good to oppose the Midnight Empress, for she was capable, the waters knew, of practically limitless acts of destruction. Not flesh, nor wood, nor stone, nor dust was inviolate. She had it in her, this woman and her allies on high, to do death to every hour of day and night if she did not get her way. So for now, the Isabella decided she must seem to do so, to have her will, however wicked. Thus, untroubled by the sea's enmity, the woman who would very soon change the Abarat out of all recognition speeded toward her destination. On board the Krezu, the girl Maradian came into the Old Mother's darkened cabin, her head reverentially bowed. She didn't dare raise it until the Old Mother murmured, "What is it, child?" "We are approaching the pyramids, my lady. You told me to come and tell you." Mater Motley rose from the hovering stone on which she sat and descended the air to come to the place where Maradian stood. "Are you excited, child?" "Should I be?" "Oh, yes. If you have the courage to stay with me today and for the days to come, I promise you that you'll see such rare sights as will change forever the way you imagined the world to be, and of your place in it." "So, I may watch?" Maradian said cautiously, not entirely certain that she had understood the invitation correctly. "Of course. Right here at my side. And if you are as wise a child as I believe you to be, then you will take note of everything you see, every detail, because there may come a time when someone will ask you what it was like to have been there, and you will want to answer them truthfully." "Yes, of course." "Now go to Melly Shatter, one of my sisters. I know her. Tell her that I ordered you to be given my warmest coat. It will be bitterly cold when all the suns go out, Maradian. Go on, I'll wait for you." "You will?" "Of course. I've waited for the better part of 6 centuries for this hour. I can wait a few minutes more while you find yourself a coat." Chapter 28. Altarpiece. "Candy? Malingo? Are you up there?" It was a familiar voice that instantly lifted Malingo's spirits. "John Mischief? Is that you?" Malingo said. "Yes. We knew you'd be on one of these ferries sooner or later," said John Serpent. "A ferryman told us where to find you," said John Pluckett. "And we're all here," said John Drowse, eager to share the good news. As he spoke, the brothers rose up the stairs from the deck below, followed by Two-Toed Tom and "Even Geneva," said John Phillott. "It's good to see you all again, but please keep your voices down. Candy's still asleep." "Should we wake her up?" said a rather heavily armed Geneva. "I don't think that would be a good idea right now," Malingo said. "Why not?" Two-Toed Tom asked, emerging from behind. "There's something weird about the way she's sleeping," Malingo said. "What do you mean?" Geneva said. "Well, look for yourself. But put your weapons down first." "Why?" They make such noise. I'd only do this for you, Geneva said, unbuckling her belt and handing it with sheathed swords to Tom. If anybody but me unsheathes those... We wouldn't think of it, Mischief said. No, the brothers all murmured. We're just concerned for our candy. Keep your voices down, please, Malingo said. She mustn't be disturbed. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. She just shouldn't, I think. Look at the expression on her face, Geneva murmured. She's in pain. Malingo nodded. Yes, I think she probably is. If she's having a nightmare, shouldn't we wake her? Geneva said. Look at how troubled she is, how pained. I know, said Malingo. I don't like seeing her like this either, but wherever she is right now and whatever she's doing, it's something important, and I think we're better leaving her to do it. When she dreams like this, she goes to Chickentown to see her mother. She doesn't seem very happy about it, Geneva remarked. The frown on Candy's face deepened. Lordy Lou, she looks terrible, John Serpent remarked. Are you sure she isn't dying? No, Malingo said after a length of silence. I'm not. Candy counted 11 people, including her father, but not herself, now assembled within the church. They had emerged from the shadows, and they could all see her, a feat no doubt made possible by her father's stolen magic. Candy recognized almost all of their faces, though she could name only a few. One was Norma Lipnick, who had once, a long time ago, in another life, showed Candy the haunted room in the Comfort Tree Hotel. It was she that had told Candy about Henry Murkett, the ghost of Room 19. Seeking out his legend was what brought Candy, for better or for worse, to the spot where she now stood. Now, Norma was dressed in all her best Sunday clothes. She even gave Candy a smile, as though there was nothing remotely odd about seeing Candy's dreaming presence. Also among the small group were two of Melissa Quackenbush's friends. One, she remembered, was called Gail, an overweight woman who always wore an excessive amount of sweet perfume in an attempt, which failed, to mask the unpleasant smell that her body exuded. The other was a woman named Penelope, who lived a few doors down from them on Followell Street. She knew by sight several of the others, too. One was the janitor at her school, though, like all the others, she didn't know his name. Each one of them, in turn, locked eyes with her, unblinking, and smiled, puppet smiles painted on puppet heads. Today is a special occasion. My daughter is here in her dreaming state, Bill was explaining to the small gathering of his worshippers. But it should be no more difficult to get what we need out of her in this form as in her real body. Knowledge is shared between the dreamer and the dreamed, after all. They're still connected. Norma, the curtain, please. Norma Lipnick offered Candy one last forced smile, then went to do as her minister instructed, drawing aside the milky blue curtain behind the altar. There was a peculiar kind of machine standing 9 feet tall, perhaps 10, behind the altar. I know what you're wondering, witch, said Bill. You're thinking, who made that impressive piece of machinery? You're right, said Candy, doing her best to fake an appreciative smile. I mean, who else? It's amazing. Behind the flattery, she was all panic. This was bad, very bad. She had no idea what this monstrous machine did, but if it was Caspar Wolfswinkel's brainchild, and it certainly wasn't her father's, so that only left the wizard who had stolen the hats her father now possessed, then its purpose could not be benign. I can't take all the credit, Bill said. I was inspired by this. He stroked his vest of many colors. But my mind understood it instantly. You know why? Candy shook her head. Because you were born for greatness, Lord of Lords. The speaker was a woman whose presence Candy had missed until now. Now, however, she stood up. Her head was bowed, but Candy recognized her immediately. It was her former teacher, Miss Schwartz. Oh, how she had changed. Her hair was no longer scraped back from her face and held hostage behind her head. Instead, it fell free, long and shiny, framing her pale face. "Nicely put, Miss Schwartz," Bill said. The woman looked in the direction of Candy's father, but did not raise her head. "I'm glad it pleases you, sir," she said. Her passivity, her downcast eyes, her pitiful gratitude were distressing. This wasn't the Miss Schwartz Candy had despised. Her father had broken her and stuck her back together again so that she was fragile and afraid. "Mr. Thompson? Mr. Elliot? Why don't you prepare my daughter for our little science experiment? And be quick about it. I want this over and done with." Chapter 29. Midnight Has Wings. As Mater Motley ascended the steps of the Great Pyramid at Gazooks, her thoughts turned briefly to her grandson. They had worked for many years devising the plan that was about to come to fruition, and while she'd had no time for sentimentality, it was a spineless, sickly feeling, she couldn't keep a wave of regret from breaking over her. She'd done her best to warn her grandson about the vicious power of his affections. She'd forced the lesson upon him by sewing up his lips with needle and thread when she'd first heard him use the word love. The scars that her handiwork had left were still upon his face the last time she had seen him, which had been on the deck of her death ship Wormwood. The scars, however, had failed to inspire contrition in him. She let the regret have its useless moment, then let it go. Carrion had been a fine co-conspirator, but once the taint of love had touched him, he had become a danger to himself and to their great enterprise. So she was alone as she climbed the steps to the doors of the Great Pyramid. She paused. This was a great moment. She wanted somebody with her to witness. "Maratian," she said quietly. "I'm here, my lady," Maratian said behind her, but nearby. She couldn't conceal the unease in her voice. The old mother sensed it. "There's nothing to fear, child," she said. "The creatures behind this door, they are the sack brood, are all in my service." "There are many?" "Numberless, at least." "All in this pyramid?" "They are in all the pyramids, and below all the pyramids, beneath the Isabella, spreading out and down great distances." Mater Motley waited for all this to register with the girl. Then she reached into the fold of her dress, its fabric weighed down by captive souls, and brought out a key. It was a strange, restless form. "Here," she said. "You open the door. See for yourself." Tentatively, Maratian accepted the key. "Take courage, child. There are powers waiting upon you. Look back. See for yourself." Maratian glanced over her shoulder. In the short time since they'd stepped off the Krezu and onto the steps of the pyramid, massive numbers of sea creatures had risen to crowd the surface of the Isabella, many of them giving off luminescence from their scales or shells. "See how impatient they are?" Mater Motley said, directing Maratian's attention to the bottom step, where the dozens of monstrous forms were emerging. "You'd better get on with it." Maratian needed no further words of encouragement. She returned her gaze to the door and slid the key into the lock. She didn't have to do more than that. The key knew its business. It slid out of her fingers and into the lock, disappearing completely. "Good," Mater Motley murmured. "Very good." There was a noise from within the pyramid now as the system of counterweights that operated the doors was set in motion. The lock was turning, but so was an entire portion of the door surrounding the lock, and the motion was spreading, forms turning within forms, until the entire triangular door was moving, the design dividing, opening onto the darkness within. A rank smell came to greet the old mother and Meridian, fouler by far than that of excrement or rot, though the worst of both was contained within it. Meridian put her hand up to her face, disgusted by the stench. Mater Motley was indifferent to it. "How I have waited," she breathed. The triangular door was completely open now, and from inside, carried on that foul air, was the voices of the sack brood. Clicking, hissing, ticking, its volume steadily rising as news spread from hive to hive that the hour of hours had come. Mater Motley reached into the folds of her skirts again and brought out her slim black wand. Then, quietly instructing Meridian to follow her and stay close, she entered the pyramid. The only illumination within was the moonlight that had entered with them. It did nothing to define the mysteries of the interior. "Be ready," Mater Motley said to Meridian. Then she lifted the wand above her head, and its tip suddenly blazed. It was a tiny source, but it threw off tens, then hundreds, then thousands of beads that flew in all directions, each as bright or brighter than its creator, and each trailing a filament of light that did not diminish, but hung in the air like the threads of a Luciferian spider. And as this web of brightness spread, it began to unknit the darkness and offer Meridian and her guardian a glimpse of what the pyramid contained. The old mother hadn't remotely prepared the girl for what she now saw. The sack brood were everywhere, each its own invention. Were they vast insects or winged reptiles, or an unholy marriage of both? Some had limbs numbered in the hundreds, and eyes in clusters like bright black eggs, and bodies that coiled upon themselves like nested snakes. Some were swarming with parasitic creatures whose bodies were in turn leached upon by bloated mites. Some hung in loops from the heights of the pyramid, their translucent bodies containing jellied spawn, and others skittered over the floor, moving with such speed they left only an impression of their barbed bodies. But none of these details distracted Mater Motley from the business she had here. "I know that many of you here have waited years for this hour," she said, using that voice that, though it was barely conversational in volume, was somehow heard everywhere. "The waiting is over. Rise, all of you, and give me my midnight." She didn't pause for a response from the brood. She simply pointed her black rod at the apex of the pyramid. One last bend of brightness flew from it and struck the top of the pyramid. Unlike those messengers of light she had previously unleashed, it was, however, instantly extinguished. It had done its work, triggering a mechanism somewhere in the pyramid's belly. A profound growl shook the structure, punctuated by something akin to the beating of a vast drum. "What's happening?" Meridian said. "They are being freed to do what they were born to do," Mater Motley replied. "See?" She directed the girl's attention to the spot where she had sent the triggering pulse. Moon-silvered clouds were now visible with a litter of stars between them. The pyramid was opening, its sides no longer touching at the apex, but parting like a three-petaled flower. To move stone walls of such immensity was no easy task, and the blossoming above was slow, but the sack brood sensed their imminent release. Waves of agitation passed through their prodigious numbers. A few of those close to the roof fluttered up to the three-pointed aperture and flirted with the moonlight. Some even flew up fearlessly into the night. Their escape encouraged other members of the brood that were clinging to the walls lower down the pyramid to also take flight, so that soon the pyramid was filled with the clamor of wings. The shafts of moonlight were broadening as the pyramid continued to open, but the sight of the sky only caused word to spread into the deeper and deeper hives. The floor of the massive structure, though built by masons who had known how to move blocks of stone the size of mountains, vibrated from the motion of 1 billion wing beats, each striking the air with no great violence. Midnight had arrived. Chapter 30. Draining the Ghost. The device that Bill Quackenbush's technicians, Elliot and Thompson, had hooked Candy up to was very obviously not of any parts its builder had available in the hereafter. The portion secured to the wall behind the altar curtain was a large, messily constructed device made of equipment that had probably been taken from the big pharmacy on Main Street, mingled with stuff that might have come from a garage or perhaps from the wreckage of the chicken factory, or both. At its heart, however, were magical mechanisms that had not, she thought, been found in Chickentown, unless by chance the floodwaters of the Isabella had conveniently brought them here. More likely, Candy thought, no, feared, they had been supplied to him by somebody in the Abarat, which meant that trade between the two worlds had begun again. Perhaps it had never been fully eradicated in the first place, and all that her father needed to do to find the parts for his machine was ask the right people. There were two parts of the device that really carried the stamp of Aberratian technology. One was a globe of pulsing power about 3 feet across, the glass it was made from, full of flaws, that was set at the center of the device. It made the air smell like summer lightning, sweet and metallic. The second piece of Aberratian design was the bizarre mechanism that the globe was set upon. It looked like the innards of an old television, only slightly melted and then given to a family of tiny white bugs to nest in, and that now lived inside the guts of the thing and moved at such speed through the machine that they were blurs. There was a third piece, a chair. "Sit," her father said. "Go on. And before you try any of your tricks, just remember, your mother is back at home, fast asleep, defenseless. Do you understand me?" Candy nodded. "Say it." "I understand," she said quietly as she sat in the chair. "Sir, may I step outside and take a breath of air?" one of the men said as Elliot and Thompson each uncoiled lengths of the needle tubing. "I've always been a little squeamish around medical things." "No, Futterman," Bill Quackenbush snapped. The nervous man, who Candy only now recognized as the manager of the supermarket on Riley Street, reluctantly obeyed the preacher's instructions. Bill grabbed him by the arm and pulled him closer. "You will stay right there." "Must I? I don't care what you think. I'm the minister of this church, and if you want to stay in the Lord's good graces, then you'd better do as I damn well say." Meekly, Futterman remained where he'd been told to stand. All the color had drained from his face, leaving him pasty white. Candy felt sorry for him. He looked so afraid. He seemed to feel her watching him because his eyes flicked in her direction. Candy desperately wanted to give him some hope. She wanted to throw a thought into his head to say, "It's going to be all right. The preacher's just a bully who found some magic hats. He hasn't got any real power." Candy's concern for him distracted her from her own problems until, at a little nod from her father, Elliot and Thompson, working with well-rehearsed synchronicity, went down in their haunches to either side of the half-melted television with the white bugs in it and unraveled from either side of it long black and yellow cables. They had at the end of them small discs with lids that the two men cautiously unscrewed. "Now we just have to get this thing going," Bill said. He reached behind Candy and flipped one switch, which started a deep, regretful moan in the machine. Thompson and Elliot knew their cues. They each opened one of Candy's hands without any need of force and placed the discs on the palms of either hand. "The silter nests are in place, sir. We're ready." Bill flipped two more switches, and Candy felt a creeping sickness climb through her body. The silter nests broke through the flesh of her translucent palms and began to send fine tentacles up into her hands. She instantly started to feel the hunger of the voracious things called silters. At once she felt weaker, as though her very life force was draining from her. "Dad, please," Candy muttered in her sleep. "Did you hear that?" Malingo said. "She's talking to her father." "Lordy Lou," said John Moot. "That man's psychotic." "She knows how to deal with him," said John Phillip. "Does that sound like somebody who's dealing with things?" John Serpent said. She sounds as if she's dying, Geneva said. She's just dreaming, Mischief said. Look at that poor girl, John Serpent replied. They're tormenting her. We have to do something. I think he's right for once, Tom said. She's obviously in pain. The expression on Candy's face was becoming more and more agitated. Malingo glanced up at the faces of the John brothers, Tom, and Geneva, all looking down at Candy with echoes of her pained expression on their faces. You have to wake her, Geneva said. But what'll happen if we do? She's never been like this, Malingo said. Oh, Lordy, she murmured. Now you've got me doubting my own instincts. What do you think, Malingo? Tom said. I think, he said softly, then, drawing a deeper breath, I think we have no choice but to trust that she knows what she's doing. Doesn't look that way, John Serpent said. She'll be okay, Malingo said. I believe in her. Chapter 31. The Flock. Exactly when did I get to be so appetizing? Candy asked herself. She seemed to be on a lot of menus lately. The first clue, now that she thought about it, was the attack of the Zethics, who would definitely have bitten a sizable chunk out of her if she had not kept out of his way. Then, of course, Boa, who'd been determined to get a new body out of Candy's energies, and now the unlikeliest thief of all, her own father. The machine she could see from the corner of her eye was devouring her visions. No, not visions. Visions were simply sights passively admired. No, it was experiences she was having leached from her. Glorious experiences. All her beautiful experiences, and the memories of these experiences, were being stolen, drained into large files that sat in the center of the machine. And it wasn't just one life the device was sucking out of her. It was all the lives that she had seen or felt in the Abarat. Her ever-inquisitive soul had touched them all in its way, made them her spiritual kin. They had stayed with her long after their physical forms had gone from sight, the dream-bedecked occupants of Mariposa Street. Jimothy leading an army of tarry-cats in battle against the bone beasts on Ninnyhammer, the sea skippers on the tide of Isabella. She had confronted Zethics, the beasts of Afrit, not to mention Carrion and his grandmother. Some of the memories had been nightmarish visions, but she had kept hold of them in her mind for a reason. They were hers, for better or worse, and she wanted them all back. Experiencing them, in all their strangeness, she had come to better understand herself. If her father took them from her, then the Candy she had become, the true Candy, would also disappear. Not going to happen, she said. Reverend? What is it, Norma? He said as he studied the readouts from the thieving machine. The girl said something, Bill. You are to call me Reverend, do you understand, Norma? And I heard her, I just didn't care. I think you should. I told you I couldn't care. Wait! Wait! These readings aren't right. He looked up at Candy. Her body pulsed with light as the Silters flailed about riotously in her etheric body. Stop! You can't do this! You'd be surprised. What I can do. Look! She looks better. I think whatever was happening to her before, she has it under control, Malingo said. You're supposed to die now, her father said. Stop fighting it! My memories of the Abarat don't belong to you. She's getting agitated again, Geneva said. Look how wildly her eyes are moving behind her lids. She's watching something. Yes, Malingo said. He watched the motion of her eyes closely. It looks like she's looking down. At her hands, maybe? Betty said. Candy, asleep on the boat, continued to clutch at nothing, the sinews in her fingers taut like harp strings. "Lordy Lou, what is that monster doing to her?" Tom said. "I was born with a piece of Abarat inside me," Candy shouted. "I was meant to be in the Abarat." "Well, you can take comfort in this. Soon you won't even remember the word." "I'll remember it forever," she said defiantly. "Abarat, Abarat. You'll never take it from me. Abarat, Abarat, Aber—" Her recitation of the 3 syllables was interrupted by a yell from the other end of the church. "Dad, I'm bored. Nothing's happening outside," Ricky said as he entered the church and walked down the center aisle toward the altar. "Ricky, I told you to stay outside. Get the hell out. Why have I been cursed with idiotic children?" Ricky stopped short at his father's insult. His eyes welled with tears. "Dad?" "I said get out of here, boy. This isn't for your eyes." It was then that Ricky saw Candy strapped to the machine, the slimy silters creeping up her arms and into her chest, draining her of life and essence. "What are you doing to her?" An expression of profound disgust came over his face. His question became an outraged yell. "What are you creeps doing to her?" "It's none of your damn business, boy." "Look at her. Oh, God, you're torturing her." "Go home, boy," Bill said, a dangerous growl in his voice. "If you don't, you'll be sorry." "I already am. I thought you'd changed, but you haven't. You're bad, rotten inside. That's what you are." "Thompson, grab him." The burly Thompson pushed through the other witnesses to go and grab Ricky, but Ricky had no intention of being caught. He backed up along the center aisle, picking up one of the folding wooden chairs from the end of the row and throwing it at Thompson, who was quick enough to swat it away before it struck him, but not fast enough to see the second chair coming. It struck him hard, and it was he who folded up, not the chair, taking several more chairs with him when he went down. Candy knew she wouldn't get another chance to undo the harm her father had done. She let her head loll as though she was barely conscious, and the ruse seemed to work. She caught a sideways glimpse of her father glancing up at her and, apparently deciding she was in no state to cause him problems, turning his back on her and starting to clamber over the litter of overturned chairs to get Ricky. "I need some help here," he yelled to his little congregation. "He's just a kid. He can't hurt you." He'd no sooner spoken than Ricky made a liar of him, picking up one of the folded chairs in both hands and swatted at Miss Schwartz with it. She was thrown off her feet by the blow, knocking over the man called Elliot on her way to the ground. Candy needed to pull the wretched silters out of her, she knew, and be quick about it. Bill wouldn't be distracted for long. In a matter of seconds, he could be back to finish his work. She lifted her hand up toward her mouth as far as the restraints allowed and bent so that she could remove the invading silters with her teeth. But she had to be quick. There was no time to be squeamish. "Do it," she told herself, and giving her mind no chance at second thoughts, she bit down, taking off their heads. They tasted like rotting, slimy flesh, but as soon as she bit into them, the flowing tentacles shrieked and withered. She pulled them out with her teeth and spat them onto the ground. The machine was not happy with this sudden change in events. In the few seconds it took Candy to remove the silters, she'd glanced back to see that just about every element of the device capable of motion was registering this unexpected reversal, its gauges fluttering, its warning lights ticking, and the files in which the loot of Candy's mind was stored rattling in their metal cages. Her luck couldn't hold for very much longer. It was only a matter of time before her father took his eyes off the messy struggle going on in the pile of folded chairs and saw her escaping. It was not Bill Quackenbush who raised an alarm, however. It was Mr. Futterman, who had been crying, forgotten on the ground in his faint until now. When he opened his eyes, he saw Candy biting into the slimy silters and spitting them out. "I'm going to be sick," he said, his comment by chance finding a window in the general racket of shouts and chairs that echoed around the church. Candy slid off the edge of the altar, and by the time the soles of her feet were on the ground, the clatter of conflict died away almost entirely. She looked up. Her father was turning, his eyes already fixed upon her. Candy couldn't make any sense of the string of curses he then unleashed. But there was no doubting the raging fury that fueled them. Bill drew back his right arm at belly level to the side of his body, his hand raised, palm out, fingers bent. He made a quick counterclockwise flick of his wrist, then reversed the motion. As a result, the overturned chairs that lay between father and daughter divided. The chairs squealed on the polished boards and were whipped away by an invisible force, thrown up and over one another by the power of Bill's gesture. There were shrieks from several of the minister's flock, the shrillest from Mr. Elliot, as they apparently decided that they'd witnessed quite enough for one day. They started to walk, then race toward the front door. They weren't fast enough. Bill turned his back on the altar and threw the force of his attention at the exits. Candy didn't know if he made another gesture or if it was simply his will that caused the huge doors to slam shut and the bolts to slide noisily home to seal the contract. Norma Lipnick had been closest to the doors when they closed. Now, shaken by the noise, she retreated from the entrance, calling to her minister as she did so. "Please, Reverend," she said, putting on the warm, unflustered voice she always used when things went awry at the hotel. "I really have to go." "It doesn't work that way, woman." "But you don't understand." "That's it," Candy thought. "Keep talking, Norma." Every second that Norma Lipnick wasted distracting Bill Quackenbush was another second Candy could devote to figuring out how to undo the theft of her treasured knowledge. She stumbled, her legs weak and aching, around the altar to the device itself. The files that contained her memories seemed to already know that she intended to reclaim them, as though some tenuous thread of thought between her mind and these stolen experiences still existed. The substance in the files, was it liquid or gaseous, perhaps both, sensed her proximity, and it raced around the glass. It had been colorless, but it had darkened in its agitated state until it was the purple gray of a thunderhead in the belly of which multicolored lightning rods bloomed. She was still staring at it in dazed wonder when she heard the voice of her father from across the church. "If you touch my machine, I'll kill you where you stand." Chapter 32. Sacrilege. Candy looked back at her father just in time to see him conjure a trinity of thin silver-tipped arrows. With their silver tips glinting, they flew at her, and she felt a nauseating tug in her belly as though they were homing in on her innards. She let them get to the other side of the altar before she made her move, forcing her less-than-eager legs to shift her out of their path at the very last moment. The needles were too close to change direction and struck at the spot where she had been standing seconds before. The first needle hit the middle of the device, causing an arc of yellow-green lightning to leap from it, while the other two struck the files, causing a few of them to explode instantly. Their contents emptied like flowering clouds, the colors they contained suddenly blazing like glorious fires. They returned instantly to their owner, performing a celebration dance of liberation by circling Candy 3 or 4 times, then, without warning, leaping back into her. Oh, the bliss of that! The unadulterated joy of being reunited with herself! Her head was like a pail into which a dam was pouring its contents, images that she had forgotten she had owned blazing for a tiny perfect instant in her mind's eye before another came to show its beauty to her. A bird, a tower, a slave, a face, 10 faces, 1,000 faces, a moon in a tree, a glass of water, a wave, a tear, a laughing moth, her mom, Ricky, Dawn, Diamanda, Carrion, the dead man's house, the Yebidim Day, a bottle of rum, Casper, Malingo. Oh, Malingo, Malingo, Malingo. She was laughing now in her sleep and saying his name. Malingo, Malingo, Malingo! "I think the worst might be over," Geneva said cautiously. "Let's hope so," said John Mischief, "because my heart can't take much more of this." "Your heart," said John Drowse. "What about mine?" His complaint started them all going. "And mine, and me." "Shut your nattering traps," said Two-Toed Tom. "It isn't over till it's over." Candy threw her will against the other files. There was no anger in it. The pleasure of the reunion had washed her clean, and her cleanliness gave the blows greater force. All but one of the files blew, and Candy's memories and meditations, prayers, dreams, and revelations came back to her in all their chaotic, glorious profusion. "You stupid cow!" her father yelled. He surged at the massive obstacles between them, both chairs and people, sweeping them aside. Then he came at her. She could see in his face what he intended. He wasn't going to trust magic to punish her. It was apparent that he intended to deal with her the old-fashioned way, with his hands. He was coming at her quickly, too, moving much faster than expected, given his beer gut and his lumbering gait. His face was beet red with fury, his gritted teeth yellowish, the color and light in his eyes completely extinguished, leaving two black slits without so much as a highlight to relieve their eerie veracity. Keeping her gaze fixed on him, she fumbled for the final file, and pulling it out of its holder, she lifted it above her head, and with all the strength her beleaguered limbs could muster, she threw it to the ground at her feet. There was a satisfying noise of breaking glass erased almost immediately by a soft whoomp as the contents burst into a ball of smoke and flowers, doubling its size with every passing second, spitting out riotous smears of color that graciously curved upward until they were a few feet from their source, and climbed at a giddy speed to explode a second time when they struck the ceiling. There was a loud, sharp crack, followed by several splintering sounds as one of the support beams cracked. Globs of white plaster dropped to the floor where they shattered. "How dare you!" Bill said, his tone so ludicrously theatrical she almost laughed. "This is sacred ground!" Candy let the thoughts from the final file, having burst against the ceiling, come down into her. She was almost complete. She had her memories back, but she was running out of tricks. Under her breath she muttered, "Diamanda, if you can hear me, please help." On the shores of the 25th hour, walking with her sometime husband, the love of her life, and afterlife, the once pitiful ghost in room 19, Henry Murkett, Diamanda heard her name called. She recognized the voice instantly. "Candy's calling me," she said. "We have to go. She's in danger." Bill lunged and caught hold of Candy. His hands were huge and heavy, as though he had lead for bones. He struck her across the face. Almost as a reflex, Candy channeled her shock and turned her thoughts from her father's twisted face to something even less pleasant, the fever jibe, one of the beasts of Afrit, leaning up on its back legs, the purple-blue spines on its hide standing on end. She cast the image out into the air behind her father, continuing to add details to it as she did so. Its forelimbs with their razor claws, and worse, its head, which opened like a grotesque flower with but one petal, red and moist, which spread and stretched, uncaging the vast tooth-lined maw at its center. Though it was made of dust, light, and memory, touched into life by the powers she'd reclaimed, it had sufficient self-intent to immediately turn its fury on the panicking fools stumbling among the overturned chairs. It loosed a roar, and the church's stained glass windows blew out. "Reverend," Futterman said. He had crawled away from the place where he'd fallen and was at the minister's feet. "Forget her, please. You're a man of God. Summon up an angel. Make this thing go away." "There's nothing there," Bill Quackenbush said, still holding Candy. His fingers had gone to her neck. His thumbs pressed against her windpipe, cutting off the flow of air. "It's just something my idiot daughter gave birth to." "Well, tell her to make it go away." "You heard the man, Candy. Make it go away," Bill said, and he squeezed tighter. "Can't," Candy said. "Can't or won't." Despite her desperate situation, Candy managed a tiny smile. "Say goodbye," her father said to her. The tone of his voice was matter-of-fact. He was simply stating the truth. "You're not my daughter. I don't know whose you are, but you're not mine." He pressed his thumbs down even harder on Candy's neck. She fought for breath, but none was coming. All she could think to do was to summon the Afridian beast she'd conjured back to her. It came. She saw it rise up behind her father's head, the veins in the stretched flesh around its mouth throbbing. He saw its reflection in her eyes, it seemed, because he turned and, an instant before she lost consciousness for want of breath, his grip on her throat loosened. She gingerly extracted herself from his hands and slid down the wall, gratefully drinking the air. The fever jibe was leaning over her father. A string of saliva ran from its gaping mouth and landed on his face. It must have stung because he cursed, then retaliated against the jibe with his own silver-tipped darts. When they struck the beast, it curled and eddied like smoke, only to recover its form once the dart had passed through it. "How dare you bring your filth into this holy place?" he yelled. He turned to face the mirage, firing his bolts into it over and over. The coherence of the image couldn't hold in the face of such a consistent assault. The holes in the creature grew larger, its matter growing thin and finally dissolving completely. There was a long moment while everyone recovered from the events. Candy didn't wait for her father to renew his attack. She moved around the side of the altar and then began to race toward the door. "No way out!" her father yelled behind her. She'd seen him close the door and bolt it to keep Norma Lipnick from leaving, but that couldn't keep her from unbolting it and getting back out onto the street. "Catch her, you fools!" her father shouted. "Don't let her get out of here!" They had seen what their reverend was capable of, and out of blind fear they did as he instructed. Candy kept her eyes fixed on the door, but from the corner of her eyes she could sense her father's people closing in on her from both left and right. She wasn't going to make it to the door before they laid their hands on her, she knew. She forced her weakened legs to work till they throbbed, but there simply wasn't enough speed in them. "Bring her down!" Bill yelled. "The first one with their hand on her gets to drink from the cup of her power. After me, of course." Her own father giving a piece of her away as though she was his to give? It was too much. She stopped running and turned on her heel. "You're right," she yelled across the church at him. "I'm not your daughter. You don't know me. You never did, and you never will. I belong to the Abarat," Candy said in her sleep. "That's my girl," Malingo said softly. "It's a fine sentiment," John Mischief murmured. "I just hope it isn't the last thing she says." Candy didn't try to retrace her steps to the altar. She knew she had no hope of getting there. The minister's mob was just a few steps from seizing hold of her. She raised her arms, open-handed. "If you're going to take me," she said, looking at them with naked contempt, "then take me. But be careful. I bite." "Take no notice of her," Bill said. "She has no real power." 5 of his flock did as their shepherd instructed and reached out to grab hold of her. As they did so, the front doors rattled violently and the screws securing the iron bolts flew off. Seconds later, so did the bolts. The 5 brave souls who'd seized hold of Candy changed their minds and let go of her. Only one, the father of Deborah Hackbarth, Candy's one-time friend and later school-ground nemesis, stepped in to do what the others had declined to do. At school, his daughter had always boasted about her noble origins, hence, she said, her delicate bones and perfect manners. To the extent she had such qualities at all, they did not derive from her father, who was a fat-bellied thing of a man who took no little pleasure in squeezing Candy's arm to achieve the maximum discomfort. Candy felt a rush of wind against her face, and a welcome voice said, "Let go of the girl this instant." Candy looked toward the front door, whence the voice had come. It was still closed, but Diamanda and Henry Murkett had passed through it and were standing inside the church. "I said let go of her," Diamanda said. "Don't make me force you." "I'd like to see you try," Deborah's father laughed. "As you wish." She started to whisper something, the words she was speaking forming an agitated cloud in front of her face, which, with a tiny flick of her forefinger, she dispatched toward Hackbarth. The words were upon him in an instant, circling his head. He tried to swat them away with his free hand, but that didn't work, and they quickly began to sting him, resulting in a burst of obscene language from Hackbarth. He let go of Candy in order to employ both his hands to ward off the attack. "You can wake up now," Diamanda insisted. "What about my mom? I can't leave." "I'll take care of her. Get back to the Abarat. Now! They need you there." Candy began the process of waking herself. She heard Diamanda speak again. "Defend them, child. You're the only one who has a hope of stopping it." "Stopping what?" she muttered. "The war, child. The war between night and—" Candy opened her eyes as the last syllable Diamanda uttered, "day," fell away into the no-man's land between sleeping and waking. She looked up and saw her friends, Malingo, the Johns, Geneva, and Tom. "It's all right," she said. "I'm back." Chapter 33. No Stranger Now. Everyone had questions, of course. Where had Candy been in her dream travels, and who or what had she encountered on her journey that had caused her to struggle so desperately while she slept? "It's complicated," Candy told them all, "and I'm hungry. Could we go find some food, and I'll tell you while we eat?" There was no disagreement on that. Everybody was hungry. "Let me and the boys lead the way," Mischief said. "We'll find somewhere to eat. 8 pairs of eyes are better than 1. So saying, he and his brothers headed down the gangplank and onto the dock, leaving the others to follow at a more leisurely pace. As she walked, Candy was struck by the peculiar hush that lay upon the harbor. Though it was far from deserted, there were people working on board the fishing boats that were moored along the quay, and the streets that led up into the town were busy. Everyone was talking very quietly. There was no shouting or cursing from the fishermen, no laughter and chatter among the women in the market. Even the large Aberratian seagulls, which were usually even more raucous than their brethren in the hereafter, were not making their usual demands. In fact, all but those few too ancient to fly were in the harbor. The rest had gone. The only sign of their numbers was the white droppings all along the seawall where they'd perched. Candy surreptitiously snagged Malingo's arm. "There's something wrong here, isn't there?" "I was just thinking the same thing," he said quietly. "But what?" In search of an answer, Candy scanned the streets of the town, which was built on the flank of a steep hill, its whitewashed houses neatly arrayed on its zigzagging streets. Many of their windows were shuttered and their drapes drawn. Clearly, a lot of the residents in the town had no desire to even look outside, much less step. "Oh, Lordy-Loo," Malingo murmured. "What?" She glanced at Malingo. He was staring at the sky. She did the same. There was a wind blowing up there, carrying before it, in a northerly direction, a great flotilla of clouds. It wasn't the clouds, however, that had caught Malingo's eye. It was the birds that were flying through them. A mass migration was underway, not just of the seabirds that had vacated the harbor, but of hundreds of species, no, thousands, many of which challenged the very definition of a bird. There was a flock of what looked to be winged boars and several flights of feathered dragonflies. Their size was hard to gauge, but if the boars were the size of pigs, the dragonflies were the size of seagulls. The giants of this chaotic flock, however, creatures as big as airships and kept aloft by the same bloated bodies, but trailed streams of flickering tentacles like the tails of countless kites intertwined with quarter-mile strings of Christmas tree lights. "So many," Geneva said, amazed, then more darkly. "But where are they all going?" "Have you seen anything like this before?" Candy asked. "No, nothing," Malingo said. "Even as a kid." "Me neither." There were shaken heads from everyone. There's plenty of eating places along the harbor front. Mischief and his brothers had already returned to report. It's mostly fish, said John Slop. It's all fish, said John Fillet. There's crab, said John Moot, and squidling. It's still fish, countered John Fillet.
A crab isn't a fish,
John Drowse said. Let's just eat, said Tom. Candy looked at Malingo. The massive migration of birds had passed out of sight. With their disappearance, there wasn't much else to discuss. Agreed, Candy said. They wandered along the small cafes and restaurants along the harbor front, consulting the menus on view outside. But their harassed proprietors quickly appeared to offer them some bad news. Tonight's dining would be delayed. It had yet to be filleted, battered, and fried because it had yet to arrive. Everyone tried to make the delay sound quite inconsequential, a common occurrence. But they didn't fool Candy. Where were they fishing? She asked one of the cafe owners. To the west, the owner replied, in the straits between Nomon and Gorgosium. West, Candy thought. The direction from which the birds were flying. What was going on? Something out of Gorgosium, more likely than not. With all the premises along the harbor front proving useless, they decided to head up into the town in search of other sources of sustenance. The cobbled streets were steep, and the climb was hard work, but the reward was the sound of laughter, mainly where children were playing. Busy though the market street was, it was hard to miss the sight of the green-skinned man with piercing eyes towering over the crowd. It was an odd sight, considering the green man was shorter than he was green. Well, look who's here, Candy said with a smile. Legitimate Eddie. Where? Said Malingo. Straight ahead. And he's standing on Betty Thunder's shoulders. Eddie and Betty, said Two-Toed Tom. Are you making this up? They're actors, said Malingo. They put on a play about us once. It was very funny. I don't see anyone, said John Mischief, who was the shortest of his brothers. Tom peered ahead and nodded. I see them. Oh, look at that. She looks so glamorous. All those sequins. All those muscles. They emerged from within the crowd, and everyone could now see that they were accompanied by their playwright friend, a 5-foot ape named Clyde, who was waving. Well, 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 said legitimate Eddie. If it isn't Candy Tootenfruit and her friend Jingo. Everyone except Candy and Malingo looked extremely confused. Oh, I love reunions, Candy said, and proceeded to make a round of introductions. Once everyone had become acquainted, everyone decided that eating would be the next order of business and proceeded up through the streets of Quam Ha. At the top of one street, a market with all manner of things for sale, the produce of an hour blessed by sun and showers, the endless balm of late spring morning. There were even some fruits here Candy knew and could name, Aberratian specialties like tuntarunts and domanarots and cutharies. But there were far more that she did not know. Forbidden fruits, legitimate Eddie said, plucking one very lushly shaped fruit from a pile. She's a big girl, this one, he said with a mischievous grin. Looks like you, Betty. The fruit did indeed resemble a very curvaceous woman. Betty was not offended. If it's me, then I'll take it, she said. They're the best Moriana we've had in a very long time, the stall-keeper said. What's the big deal? Candy said. You tell her, Betty said, biting the head off the Moriana, then the upper body. The smell that spread from the coral-pink flesh of the fruit was so delicious it made Candy dizzy with pleasure. Oh, wow, she said. Aren't they good? And no, you can't have a bite. Ask Eddie to buy you one, said Betty. Why should I? You bought me one, Betty said. I'm paying for that. You'd better, the wood-toothed stall-keeper said. I'll pay for one, Eddie said, putting up a single stubby green finger. Uno Moriana is 7 paterzem. 7? Said Candy. That's ridiculous. Where have you been? The stallkeeper asked. Paterzem ain't worth what they used to be. As Eddie paid for Betty's meal, Candy searched her pockets. She had 2 paterzem and some change. Where's Malingo? She said more to herself than anyone. He's got all our cash. She told everyone that she was going to look for Malingo and headed off along the line of stalls, assuming he'd wandered on ahead. She was surprised to find that he wasn't just a few paces farther on, but had apparently gone on to explore the more elaborate stalls farther on, and, more particularly, knowing Malingo, he'd headed for the marionette show that was playing for a crowd of adults and children at the very end of the street. She started to make her way through the throng toward the puppet theater, standing on tiptoe now and then, or jumping up and down on the spot in the hope of catching a glimpse of him. The 3rd time she tried jumping, she saw him. He was no longer on the street, however. He'd had a bad experience in Babylonium when he and Candy had been separated from each other. It had scarred him, causing him to feel uncomfortable in large crowds, and he'd apparently decided to get out of the press of people for a little while. Now he was standing in a narrow alleyway, barely more than a vague form beckoning to her from the shadows. "There you are!" she yelled to him as she made her way across the street. Once on the other side, she slid cautiously between 2 stalls piled high with produce. Then she stepped out of the bright, noisy street into the hushed, shadowy alley. "I thought for sure you'd be watching the puppet show," Candy said to him. "I took a quick look," Malingo said, "but it was the same old story, you know." "Not really," Candy said, a little mystified. "Yes, you do. Love and death. It's always love and death. Though at least with puppets, you see things the way they really are. Everything has strings attached." It was unusual for Malingo to make a joke, and this one actually made Candy laugh, though there seemed to be some significance in the remark that she couldn't connect with Malingo and his life. "Is there something you're not telling me?" she asked him. It was Malingo who laughed now, though there was something about the echo in the alleyway that made the sound darker and deeper than it should have been. Candy slowed her approach. Now she stopped. "What secret would I have from you?" Malingo said. "You, of all people." "I don't know," Candy said. "Then why are you asking?" "Just that you were talking about love." "Ah," he said softly. "Yes. And I was talking as though I'd actually experienced it. Yes. As though I knew how it felt to fall for somebody. And then to hear them making all the right promises, that they'd love you forever if you'd just give them—" He shrugged. "Oh, I don't know. Something inconsequential." Candy felt an icy nail run down her spine. This wasn't Malingo. "I'm sorry," she said, doing her best to keep her voice from betraying her fear. "You're not who I thought you were." "It's not you who needs to apologize, Candy," the figure in the shadows said. "You've done nothing wrong." "Well, that's good to hear," she said, still attempting to sound as though there was nothing of great importance here, simply a misunderstanding. "I have to go. I have friends waiting." She made an attempt to look back, but her gaze returned to the stranger. Except, of course, he wasn't a stranger. "I thought you were dead," she said very quietly. "So did I," Christopher Carrion replied. Chapter 34. Unfinished. "I would have died," he said, "except that I knew you were still here, Princess. I think that's what kept me from giving up completely, the thought of finding my way back to you. Oh, and my nightmares, of course." As he spoke, 2 of the filament creatures slid out of hiding among the tattered robes Carrion was wearing and encircled his neck. Though they weren't as bright as they'd once been, The phosphorescence they gave off was still enough to offer her a glimpse of Carrion's face. He looked like something that had been thumbed out of mud and excrement, his eyes little more than pits in which there were slivers of light, his lips ragged strips of dirt and sinew that couldn't conceal his dead-bone smile. "Don't look at me, princess," he said. He tried to turn away from her, to conceal his diminished state, but he did so too quickly for his mismade legs. They failed him, and he stumbled. He would have fallen in the filth underfoot had he not reached out and forced his fingers, which for all their crude form did not lack strength, into the rotted plaster and fractured stone. "I'm ashamed you should see me like this, but I needed to be in your presence, just for a little time. When you next see me—" "She isn't here," Candy said. "What? We parted ways." "You drove her out." "Not all by myself. I needed help to be sure I had the details right. But she is gone. See for yourself. Look in my mind." She approached his hunched-over figure as she spoke to him, raising her arm as she did so, offering contact. "Go on. Do whatever you need to do. I'm not afraid of you anymore." It was true. The Lord of Midnight who'd stalked her in the dead man's house was nowhere visible in this frail shadow figure that stood before her now. He glanced at her face, his raw features riddled with suspicion. Then he reached out and touched her, fingertips to fingertips. She felt his inquiring presence in her, like ice water swallowed on a baking hot day. "She'd used you up," she said to him. "So she left." She seemed to hear him calling for his princess in her head. Just her name, no endearments, no filigrees, just that plaintive crying out. "You loved her, didn't you?" Candy said. "You still do." Carrion raised his head a few inches and turned to look at Candy. There was such despair in that broken face, and such rage there, too, mingled with it. "Yes, I love her," he said. "Of course I love her. And she promised she'd love you if you gave her what she wanted." Carrion made a tiny nod of his head. "Which was?" "Magic, of course. Nothing significant at the beginning. She just wanted to find out whether she had an aptitude for it." "Which she did." "Yes. Then, of course, she wanted more." "When was all this? Before I was born?" "Of course. Years and years. These things don't happen quickly." "What do you mean, these things?" "I mean, I fell in love with her. She was a very powerful creature. But this was long before you were born, Candy. I was a very young man. I couldn't resist her. I gave her access to the Abarat, and I think she probably started to steal secrets from it immediately. So many secrets. I let her steal whatever she wanted as proof of my love. I even built her a place where she could practice what she'd learned." "Where was that?" "On the Isle of the Black Egg. Building her that place was my first big mistake. She told me she wanted her privacy, and I could only step foot there if she invited me, which I didn't do much. Sometimes I'd wait maybe 2 or 3 months before she'd deign to let me see her. But you put up with it." "I loved her beyond all reason." "And she knew." "She knew." Before Carrion could reply, Candy heard John Mischief calling her name, then Drowse, then Serpent. She glanced back toward the market. There was no sign of them, but it was only a matter of time before one of them came looking. "It's time we parted, Carrion. If any of my friends see you, they'll assume the worst and you'll get hurt." "Do you really care?" "I suppose. Yes, I suppose I must. Seems to me you've been hurt enough one way or another." "I've taken a lot of lives in my time. I don't suppose that comes as any surprise." "Not really." "But you still wish me no harm. I find that unusual, to say the least. It's not as though you're a sentimental girl." "I thought I saw you die once already," Candy said. "And that was enough. Nobody needs to suffer that twice. One life, one death. Yes, if only things were that equitable. Well, aren't they? You live a life, you die. That's it. No, Candy, that's not it. We, each of us, die countless little deaths on our way to the last. We die out of shame and humiliation. We perish from despair. And of course we die for... He stared at the garbage-strewn ground, the word he wanted to say defying him. Candy said it for him. Love. He nodded, still looking at the ground. Nothing else wounds so deeply and irreparably. Nothing else robs us of hope so much as being unloved by one we love. Why can't you let her go? Because if I did, I'd have no reason to live. Come on, Candy said with a smile in her voice. It can't be that bad. Have you ever loved, then lost your beloved? No, I haven't. Then let us remember to talk again when things are different. Candy heard her name called again. Somebody is looking for you, Carrion said. Yes, I have friends here. They'll come looking for me soon. And, well, they wouldn't... She struggled for the words. We have a strange... Go on. Say whatever it is you were going to say. Friendship. We have a strange friendship. That we do, he said. Are you ashamed of it? Of me? No. It's just, when people talk about you... You don't need to go on. I know my reputation. After all, I earned it. Please, Candy said. Go. I'm going back to... Wait. Before you rush off, you need to know something. Well, be quick. Go back to the hereafter. Now. And go quickly. Take your friends if you want to save their lives. Why? Carrion sighed. Why can't you just take my word this once? I'm me. I ask questions. And try to stop you from getting killed. And now I'm returning the favor. Are you saying that if I stay in the Abarat, I'll be killed? Not just you. Most of the Abarat is about to change forever. How? Why? Carrion drew an aching breath and spoke. You may as well know, I suppose, if it'll persuade you to go. He took another breath, deeper still. Then came the answer to her question. I've reconnected with a few of my spies. I used to pay them to inform on my grandmother. The old hag has a few tricks up her sleeve. She's creating something called a storm walker. I don't like the sound of that. No, you shouldn't. Second, an army of stitchlings has been assembled. Enough to provide a knife for every heart, was the phrase my employee used. Lordy Lou, Candy whispered. And there's more? Much. Absolute midnight candy. That's what my grandmother calls it. She plans to block out the light. No moons, no suns, no stars. The sky will be dark over land and sea, and it will be cold. Candy felt dizzy. This was a lot of information to process in far too short a time. She has enough power to blot out the suns? Not personally. She's unleashed a living darkness, a species called the sack brood who've been growing in number for years. Now there are millions of them, enough to cover the heavens from one end of the Abarat to the other. And you were part of this? She raised me to release them. I was to be the one she knew she could trust. After the fire, there was only she and I. Everything I had I owed to her, starting with my life, and she never let me forget it. So the sack brood cover the skies? There's no light, no warmth? It's like the end of the world? That's right. But they can't stay up there forever, can they? No. They'll die off after a time, but it'll only take a few days of darkness for the real trouble to show itself. There are fiends all across the hours who have been waiting for this midnight. Enemies of the light, waiting for a chance to strike down those who love the sun, moon, and stars. These enemies are monsters of every kind, but they have hatred in common. They're all outcasts, pariahs, fiends who've escaped the gallows or the guillotine and want revenge. Ghouls, malefics, Rathakai, Babylonites. 50 kinds of monsters you could maybe name, and 3 times as many you could not. They've been out of sight for so long, living with the dead or in thunderheads or in places where the waters of the Isabella are all bruise and blood. So they've been hiding, waiting until this midnight when they will finally get their chance to slaughter everything that smells of happiness. A plot like this can't have been completely unseen. What about the council, or people who see the future? If anyone saw the truth and spoke it, then that was the end of them. My grandmother has never needed the law to get a judgment. She is her own judge, and her seamstresses her executioners. One needle driven into the eye, or one knife. "All right," Candy said. "I get the idea. I wish I knew you for a liar. But I'm not." "No, you're not. They're coming out of the west, aren't they?" "How did you know?" Carrion said. "The birds," Candy replied. It wasn't much of an answer, but it seemed to be all that Carrion needed. "Well, now it's no longer a secret. There's no need for anyone to move carefully, so it'll spread quickly." "So what's to be done? How do we defend ourselves?" "That's what I've been trying to tell you. There is no defense, Candy. Just go back home while you still can, and be grateful that you've got Chickentown to go back to." "Back to Chickentown?" "No, I love the Abarat. I won't give up on it." "So love it from afar. Sometimes it's better that way." "There you are." She looked back down the alley. The John brothers were heading toward her. "Go," she murmured to Carrion.
"Who's your friend?"
John Drowse wanted to know. Carrion gave her one last puzzled look. Then he started to stumble back away down the alley. She watched him take a few steps, then she turned back to face the brothers. "Who was that?" Mischief said. "It doesn't matter, at least not now. We have more urgent problems. Where is everyone?" Half the brothers were still looking back into the shadows where Candy's mysterious friend had gone, while the rest were trying to follow Candy, and there was an absurd moment when they went neither one way nor the other. "Mischief, will you get your brothers in order? We have to ready ourselves." "For what?" Mischief said. "The end of the world," she replied. Chapter 35. Stealing Away. There were times, Candy knew, when it was best to be honest, but not always. Sometimes telling the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, brought nothing but trouble. And truth, like lies, often just got worse if you tried to clean up the mess with more of the same. She was in that very situation now. When she'd emerged from the alleyway following her conversation with Carrion and found her gang of friends, she had something very urgent to tell them, information given to her by Carrion. Midnight was on its way, a darkness that was clearly designed to kill everything in its path. But she couldn't tell them such news and not expect them to ask her how she'd come by it. They'd want to know. She could scarcely blame that. In their position, faced with the same news, she'd want to know its course, too. But that's where the lies had to be told. If she told them she'd spent the last few minutes in conversation with Christopher Carrion, they'd be debating whether he could be trusted until midnight came and blacked out everything. So she reported the story as Carrion had explained it, but told them the information had come from one of the women of the Phantomaya. It was difficult enough reporting such bizarre news in the midst of the market crowd, doing her best to make herself heard over the din of the stall owners yelling their prices. Candy told them only of the sack brood. For once, John's serpent believed her. The rest thought this woman from the Phantomia was either crazy or an impostor. "I don't believe it," John Mischief said. "You can't plague the whole world with darkness. It's not plausible." "Why not?" Candy said. "Because it hasn't happened yet?" "Do you trust these women?" Betty Thunder asked her. "Yes. I think what I'm telling you is the truth. It doesn't help much," she looked at Mischief, "to say it can't be done because it's being done. Right now. It certainly explains the birds." "Oh, Lordy Lou," Malingo murmured. "The birds." Now the doubt began to melt. "We saw them too," Legitimate Eddie said. "All flying east." "Away from the sack brood," Tom said. "That makes sense. I've certainly never seen a migration like that before." "There's never been one," Malingo said. "All right," John Mischief said. "So this thing is happening. What do we do?" "As much as I hate to say it, I think we should go to the Embodiment, Candy said. "To that council that hates me so much." "My mother's on Babylonium," Betty said. "I've got to go to her." "I'm going with you," said Tom. "My Macy is there. We should be together if the world is going to end." "I think Babylonium might already be in the dark," Candy said. Silent tears ran down Betty's cheeks. Clyde hugged her. "It doesn't matter," he said. "We're going, the three of us." "Why is Mater Motley doing this?" Tom wanted to know. "Because she's a venomous piece of work," John Serpent said. "And yes, I do realize a man called Serpent shouldn't be tossing words like venomous around, but I've plenty more. She's a vicious, loathsome, life-hating monster. I vote we skip the trip to the Embodiment and go straight to Gorgosium and call her down from her tower." "And what do we do if she comes down?" John Slop said. Serpent didn't offer up a reply. "I think we should start walking down to the harbor while we talk," Candy suggested. "We have to find a boat." "We should get 3 boats, then," Geneva said. "I'll go to the Nonce and find Finnegan." They had emerged from the market by now, and on the quieter street that took them back down to the harbor, they were about to talk at a more natural volume, though Candy dropped her voice to a whisper and shared the other piece of information regarding Mater Motley's plans, the part about the beasts. "Lordy Lou," Geneva said. "This is very bad." "And the part about the darkness wasn't?" Mischief said. "Are there a lot of creatures hidden away in the darkness?" Tom said. "Oh, yes," said Eddie. "How do you know?" Candy said. "I wasn't always a great actor," Eddie said. "Before I took to the stage, I made a nice business out of tracking down the Zyavane and putting them out of their misery." "Zaya what?" Candy said. "Zyavane. 8 dynasties, destroyers, and fiends." "This gets worse and worse," said John Slop, looking rather pale. "Did you say you put them out of their misery?" Mischief said. "I worked with my 2 brothers," Eddie said, "and yes, we did kill them when we were able to do so. Of course, that was much more expensive, much too expensive in the end. It cost my brothers their lives." A heavy silence fell on the company. "I'm sorry," Candy said finally. "That's terrible." "They were fine, brave men, but the 8 dynasties are strong. They may have been in hiding a long time, but that doesn't mean they're dead. They'll rise up. That's what Mater Motley is counting on." "She didn't do all this alone," John Mischief said. "She had help from that wretched grandson of hers." "Well, at least he's dead and gone," Geneva said. Candy couldn't bring herself to keep the truth from these people who had done so much for her any longer. "Actually, he's not," she said. You know this for a fact?" Candy nodded. "How?" "It's complicated," Candy said. "What's complicated about a man who lives in a fishbowl pickled with his own nightmares?" Mischief replied. "And who has almost taken your life on several occasions. He's dreck, dirt, excrement." Candy remembered her first glimpse of him in the alleyway. She'd thought something very similar, that carrion was indeed made of filth. But in the end, that was the fate of all flesh, wasn't it? Everything decayed, went back to dirt, to the earth. But that wasn't the whole story. People weren't just walking sacks of meat. Unlike carrion, she'd started to understand that there was something eternal, underlying in everyone, perhaps even everything. A soul, for want of a better word, which, even when time had dimmed her sight and dulled her memories, would burn as brightly as it burned now. Even if her memories seeped away, the sweet and sour of her life stolen from the meat of her mind, her soul would know its way to the net of remembrance that was being cast out over her life and all that touched it, gently retrieving the details of every moment. Cast out over and over, world without end. It wasn't so surprising that these thoughts were being discussed in the room at the back of her head, while in the front of her mind, the part of her that was in the here and now continued to talk with her friends. If ever there was a time in her life that she needed the comfort of this faith in the eternal, it was here and now. She was part of a struggle that was older than life, the battle between light and darkness. She was certain she belonged in this moment, in the company of these loving friends. She was here, in this world she loved so much, to play a part in its future. She didn't understand, nor even particularly care to, how she had come to have a part in the approaching struggle, but everything she had done since she had first come here, her meeting with Malingo, with Wolfswinkle, her visit to the time out of time, her pursuit of her own secret history that she had pieced together from many sources, her strange relationship with Carrion, and her final liberation from the Princess Boa, all of it had been a preparation, an education for being alive at this moment. "What are you thinking about?" Malingo inquired. "Everything," she replied. The atmosphere down at the harbor, which had been so odd when they got off the ferry, was even odder now. Some of the seabirds were still there, sitting in silent rows like bored jurists awaiting the beginning of a trial. But most of the people had left, and those who remained were gathered around a makeshift pulpit from which a crazed minister with long white hair and one ragged wing was preaching to them. Candy listened to the creature talk about how the righteous would find their way to the light and the rest go into the darkness. That was all she could stomach. She blocked its voice out and looked in the opposite direction, only to find that the missing seabirds had also found themselves a spiritual leader. Having forsaken their perch along the harbor wall, they were now gathered in front of one of the shuttered restaurants, attending with many a beady black eye to a very large but very antiquated bird that looked like an albino vulture with a touch of pterodactyl in its blood. It was addressing its congregation in a language of crawings and chitterings, which was a great deal more complex, even eloquent, than the screech of a seagull. As for the captains and crews of the small fishing boats that were tied up alongside the quayside, they had all departed, presumably to be with their families at this troubling time, or to drink in solitude. "So now what do we do?" said Malingo, surveying the deserted dock. "We choose boats that look sturdy and are fueled up, and we take them," Eddie said. "Just take them?" "Yes, Lordy Lou, this isn't the time to be arguing the moral niceties of the thing. There's nobody here to barter with anyway." "Do we have to take boats?" Clyde said. "What about one of your glyphs?" "I think we could probably conjure up a glyph between us, but trust me, we don't want to be in the air right now. Not with those things up there." "We're safer on water," Tom said. "I trust Mama Isabella," Candy said. She's not afraid of the dark, so we take some boats, yes? We can apologize when the lights go on again." "I wish there were some weapons we could lay our hands on, too," Geneva said. "Maybe some harpoons?" Eddie suggested. "It's worth a look," Geneva said. "I'll take whatever we can find. We don't know what we're going to be up against." "The worst of the worst," Eddie said grimly. Since he'd confessed his monster-trapping past and the grim price it had cost his brothers, Candy realized that Eddie had nothing left to lose. The sight of his pain made her speak up. "We're all going off in different directions," she said. "And who knows when we'll see one another again, or even if. So I just want to say that I love you, and I've been blessed to have this time with you. I want you to know you're the best friends anyone could have." She looked from face to face as she spoke, not even attempting to put on a smile. If she'd understood Carrion correctly, then this midnight would mark the end of the Abarat as they'd all known it. And what would be left? An archipelago ruled over by the monstrous empress Mater Motley? Or simply a wasteland destroyed by the poisonous work of the fiends this darkness would unleash? As Malingo and Clyde searched for weapons, boats were chosen. Geneva, who was traveling in search of Finnegan, chose a small, sleek vessel that looked to have been designed for sport rather than commercial fishing. It was called the Loner. Two-Toed Tom took the helm of a vessel called simply Big Boat, which he, Betty, and Clyde chose for its size, given that they were hoping to evacuate more than just one person. Candy chose, for sentiment's sake, a boat that reminded her of the harrowing journey on the Parado. Malingo, Legitimate Eddie, and the Johns agreed to join her. John Mischief instantly had his brothers democratically vote him the captain. All three boats had lanterns hanging from their masts and from the eaves of their wheelhouses, but at Candy's suggestion, they went aboard several other vessels moored in the vicinity and borrowed their lanterns too. If they were truly going to meet a wave of darkness out there, then they needed to be carrying as many light sources as possible. There was some debate as to whether they should go back to the market and get some provisions to sustain them. But before they could come to a conclusion on the matter, it was taken out of their hands by the fact that 6 or 7 of the pot-bellied minister's righteous congregation had noticed Candy and her friends. They broke away from the assembly, yelling, "Thieves! You get away from those boats!" "I'll be going then," Geneva said briskly. "I'll see you all again soon. Travel safely." So saying, she fired up her boat and sped away from the dock. The big boat, carrying Betty and Clyde, and captained by Tom, was right behind. The only thing holding up the departure of the third boat, the Piper, was dissension among the John brothers about who was going to be second in command. "We don't have time for this," Candy said. "Get moving. Right now!" Her intervention had an immediate effect. The brothers grabbed the wheel and readied themselves. The fastest member of the minister's congregation was a young man with mottled purple and white skin and a very fierce look on his face. Without waiting for the others to catch up with him, he leaped into the Piper and went straight for Malingo, who was attempting to untie the rope that tethered the boat to the dock. Candy reacted straight away, catching hold of the collar of his jacket and pulling the young man toward her. He wasn't any taller than she was, but he was lean and strong, and, despite the fact that he was trying to stop them, there was something in his eyes that... He wrenched himself free and turned on Candy, yelling, "Stop! Right now!" "Got no time," Candy said, shaking away whatever it was she had felt a moment ago. "And no choice." There were yells, meanwhile, from other members of the minister's congregation. "We're coming, Gaza!" one of them yelled. "Don't let them go!" In a few more seconds, Candy knew all would be lost. They'd never get away. "Mischief!" she yelled. At that very moment, the Piper shuddered as the engine turned on, and then jerked forward with such violence that Malingo, the piebald Gaza, and Candy were all thrown down onto the mess of nets and floats that littered the deck. Eddie, who was much shorter and therefore steadier, was the only one not to fall. He had found a large machete somewhere, and, holding it aloft, he raced to the stern of the Piper, where the rope still kept the boat from departing the dock. Candy sat up, throwing off a net stinking of fish in which she had landed, only to see legitimate, wielding the machete like a man who'd done it many a time and brought it down with all his strength, severing the rope that kept them from making their escape. He did so with not a moment to spare. The rest of their pursuers were a stride or two from boarding the Piper. One of the men attempted to leap aboard the boat even as the rope was severed. The Piper sped forward and the leaper landed in the water. They were away. The only problem was their extra passenger, the youth called Gaza. He was still in a fighting fury. "You," he said, pointing his mottled finger at Candy. "I know who you are. The girl from the hereafter." Candy "I don't care to know your name. I demand that you order your thugs to turn this boat around." "We can't," Candy said. "If you want to get off, you'll have to jump and swim." The youth called Gaza pulled the short-bladed knife out of a sheath hanging from his belt. "I'm not swimming," he said. "Well, we're not turning back." "We'll see about that," Gaza said, and shoved Candy aside. Then, knife in hand, he headed toward the wheelhouse. Malingo yelled a warning to Mischief, but the roar of the engine surely kept the brothers from hearing it. Gaza opened the wheelhouse door and would have been through it, his knife raised, had Candy not lunged at him, throwing one arm around his neck and slamming her fist down on the hand that held the knife. He didn't drop it, but she managed to pull him away from the door, at which moment, by sheer chance, the boat cleared the harbor and hit the heavy swell of the open sea. The boat was briefly lifted into the air as it crested the first big wave, throwing Candy, with her arms still around Gaza's throat, back onto the deck. He fell with her. On top of her, in fact. This time he did lose the knife. And by the time all the blushing and scrambling and cursing and struggling to stand up again was over, Malingo had picked the knife up, and Eddie, looking a lot more serious, indeed dangerous, than the short, green, egotistical comedian Candy had first met, had his stolen machete pointed at Gaza's navel. "I will gut you, sir," he said, betraying a trace of actorly flamboyance in that last syllable only. "If you make any further attempt to do harm, I mean it. I can and I will. You can let go of him now, Miss Quackenbush, unless, of course, you feel there's a reason to hang on to him that I hadn't fathomed." Candy stared briefly into Gaza's eyes. "No," she said, averting her gaze and feeling embarrassed, but not entirely sure what she had to be embarrassed about. "He's fine. He's not going to be stupid about this once we explain." "Never mind the explanations. All I wanted you to do was turn the boat around," Gaza said. The purple patches on his face had turned a very pale blue, and his eyes, which had shards of gold in them, were no longer fierce. "You can still jump in and swim back." "I can't swim." "We don't have time for this," Eddie said impatiently. "We've got work to do." "If he goes in the water," Malingo said, "he'll drown. I can't have that on my conscience." "I don't give two hoots about your conscience. The whole world is being overtaken by darkness and the dynasties." "We heard it, Eddie," Malingo said. "I know their names, all 8 of them. Tarvazan, the binder, and Lila Lo, who sings babies to their graves. And Crawfight, and Quothman Shant, and Shote, who leaves plagues wherever he walks." "Is he okay?" Gaza said, looking at Candy, the colors in his eyes reeling around. "No," she said. "There's Claudius Gifi, who killed my little brother, and Ogo Fro, who killed my big brother. Sent him down into a despair he never rose up from. And last, but very far from least, there's Gan Nug, who talks to the creatures that are in waters deep down below us right now." Mischief and the brothers had emerged from the wheelhouse to hear Eddie offer up his list. "What's going on out there?" John Slop said. Gaza stared at Mischief and his brothers, and for the first time in the considerable while Candy had known the Johns, she saw them do something that was curiously eerie. all of them shifted their gazes and looked at Gaza at the same speed and the same moment. And then, all at the same time, they said, "What are you looking at, kid?" It was too much for Gaza. He dropped to his knees, presenting the diminutive Eddie with an easier target. "All right," he said. "I won't fight. I won't cause any trouble. I believe you. Whatever you say, I believe you." Candy laughed. "That's good to hear. Eddie, put down the knife. We already know he's trustworthy." "Me?" Gaza said. "Absolutely. Totally and utterly. I'm with you." He looked up at her, the pastel motes in his eyes settling into blue irises in pale yellow eyes. They looked straight up at Candy, meeting her gaze and quickening her heart. Chapter 36. The Shadow Shroud. Despite the current-defying power of the Cremata Zamar, which returned Mater Motley and her entourage back to Midnight's Island faster than any other vessel in the Abarat, and despite the speed with which she was transported from the harbor to the circular room atop her needle tower, the shadow shroud of the sack brood had already begun to spread in all directions from the pyramids. Such was the passionate bloodlust of the brood to be out and doing their murderous duty, that when the path to the sky became blocked, they set upon one another with unbounded brutality. Very quickly, the areas surrounding the exits of the pyramids were littered with the remnants of the weak or unlucky who had perished before reaching the stars they had been born to extinguish. But such wastage had been factored into the calculations from the beginning. They did as they were programmed to do. They rose up and they spread across the sky. They went east to darken the skies over Babylonium, southeast to cover Nomon's wilderness, in the midst of which stood its great ziggurat, and northeast to Scoriae, where the darkness overhead seemed to encourage Mount Caliguli to stir up the fire in its belly and spit streamers of liquid rock into the starless heavens. North it went to Pion, where the lights of Comexo's city burned so brightly that its apocalyptic effect was not felt. On other parts of the island, of course, places so far uncivilized by Pixler's influence, the peasant community thought the blanking out of all the stars was just one more show of power by the great architect and resigned themselves to finally giving up their independence and going to the bright streets of Comexo City, where they would add to the sum of beggars there. The same northerly advance also encompassed Egypt, where that island's incessant lightning storms became even more violent, stirred up by the blinding of the heavens. Finally, the cloud spread west, southwest, and south, erasing the moon and stars from the skies over Gibberish and Ninnyhammer, and extinguishing the late afternoon sun that bathed Nomon, where there had been many oracles, all of whom were quite capable of seeing this approaching catastrophe. Notwithstanding the egotistical attitude that had silenced most of them, a few had been foolhardy enough to speak of what they'd seen. All had been dead within the hour. The rest, having quickly got the message that this was a future that would be fatal to talk about, kept what they knew to themselves, or left Nomon entirely thinking they'd be safer talking about the approaching apocalypse on some other island. But wherever they went, some to the Yebedim Day in the hope of talking to the council, a few to Isil or farther, it all failed to change their own futures. Those who spoke their fears aloud were murdered within the hour, leaving the others two options: to live in silent anticipation of the world's end, or to take their own lives before it came. So the secret of absolute midnight had remained secure, and when the sack brood rose up in their millions, the noise of their innumerable beating wings was like no sound those hearing it had ever heard before, nor would again. They were out and up, covering the sky, and it wasn't only the bodies and wings of the brood that were blocking the light. They exuded a thick juice called broodgroom from their abdomens, which dried to a dense, hard, shell-like substance within a few moments of being exposed to the air. They had been programmed generation upon generation that, once they were up above land and water, they were to completely empty their sacks of this broodgroom. The consequence? That they all would become helpless prisoners of their own secretion, countless millions of their insectile brains too simple to understand that the instruction to void themselves of the groom would be the first and only act they would perform in the world outside their hives. There had been times when Mater Motley had trouble believing that such a massive number of living things, however simplistic their thinking, would do as they had been programmed to do so blindly. At such times she went to a secret and sacred place that she had never named aloud. Its name was Zale Mazari, and from it all dark blessings flowed. She had bathed in those blessings for many years, and in due course she would pay the price, gladly. But for now there was pleasure to be had hearing creatures of every kind raising their voices in panic as the erasing darkness spread across the sky, wiping out star after star, blinding moons and blotting out suns. Even the constellations had gone. Every last star had been like candles in a hurricane. People offered prayers to the divinities of every hour, but outweighing the prayers offered to gods and saints 100 to 1 were those prayers offered up to the most ubiquitous force for happiness in the Abarat, the grinning boy himself, the Kamexo Kid. He was the savior to whom countless terrified souls called out as the shadow shroud moved on, its layers of living brood and their excreted groom 2 or even 3 layers thick in some places. Gibberish was plunged into utter darkness. So too was Ninnyhammer, and the rock of some distinction called Alice Point, and the Nonce, and the Isle of the Black Egg, and Huffaker, and Orlando's Cap, and Hobarucus. Cries of terror and panic still rose up out of the islands that were newly overtaken by darkness. But out of those that had first fallen under the influence of the shadow shroud, the fear was punctuated with a new and very particular sound, that of accusation. Who had done this, and why? Why? Somebody needed to own up to this crime and do so quickly, or there would be consequences. On island after island, in hour after hour, people started to seek out anyone that was in some way odd and found, in mere distinctions, evidence of guilt. The signs were usually very small: a hairlip, a slow eye, a tic, a stammer. But all that mattered was that the voices of accusation were able to rouse a mob into believing that these innocents were in some way responsible for this terror. Mater Motley watched all of this with gluttonous satisfaction. She had reports from night seers, seamstresses whose eyes were powerful enough to pierce the darkness even at its densest. On Noman, she was shown a crowd of 300 or more, having lit fires to illuminate an ancient place of judgment, start the business of dealing with those that their collective madness had decided were responsible for the death of light. The leader of the mob was a little man with some schismut blood in him somewhere. His name was Dire Mere, and he had elected himself as the leader of the court among the trees. He demanded that the 3 prisoners the mob had selected, 2 sisters, Jupe and Namita Chantamik, and a sometime tax inspector called Theophilus Calipeo, confess their guilt. The mob was convinced that it was they who brought this calamity upon the islands. The 2 sisters were sobbing and quite beyond saying anything coherent, so it fell to Theophilus to reason with the crowd. They all knew him, he reminded them. Had he not always been honorable in his dealings? Had he not possessed a sense of what was fair and right? He had no knowledge of the monstrous powers that had been used to blind the heavens. He was a victim of this catastrophe just as they were. Unfortunately for him, Theophilus the tax inspector stammered, and the more he realized he wasn't winning the argument against his accusers, the worse his stammer became, until his words of self-defense, reasonable though they were, could not even be understood. The crowd didn't listen. The deaths of Theophilus and the sisters were swift. "Now the culprits are dead," Dire Mere declared. "Their spell will be undone very soon. Unless, of course, there are more conspirators we have not yet rooted out." By now, the darkness had reached the eastern limits of the Abarat, as it had to the north and south. It was as though the Abarat was a vast coffin and the sack brood its lid. And still, when Mater Motley turned her gaze toward the pyramids, she saw the brood emerging from their hives like a black snake, their numbers apparently undiminished, rising to extinguish every last light in the skies, their programming so powerful and their hunger so vast that they cared not at all that those of their species who'd emerged an hour earlier were now trapped in a vault of bodies and solidified groom. All that mattered to each was the task they'd been programmed to perform. To any other subject, such as the suffering of their own kind, which they would soon share, they were as blind as the Aberratians on the islands below. Within 40 minutes, the number of innocents accused of causing the darkness to descend and summarily hanged for their wickedness had risen from 3 to 85. Among that number was Dyer Mere himself, who had overseen the executions of his own wife and son-in-law before the finger of suspicion had turned on him. Now he was dead, strung up from the same branch from which his first victim, the stammering tax inspector Theophilus Calipeo, had been hanged. The same insanity had possessed mobs of frightened souls on every island. The spectacle of their panic turning to judgment and slaughter was not something Mater Motley had considered when she'd been calculating the way that the events of this midnight would play out. But what came next she had foreseen: the arrival of the Zayavane, the 8 families of monsters and their vile hybrids who had been hiding all across the island, harboring their hatred, waiting for a long-promised darkness to spread across the Abarat, now came out of hiding. The old mother had made it her business over the years to reach as many of them as possible herself, finding them in their grim sanctuaries, hidden from the light and its servants. So she knew many of the demonic creatures that now rose up to sow havoc among the tribes who had hunted them when their sacred suns and moons had been high and mighty. Now the skies were black and the light-givers gone. In the dark, the hunters were about to become the hunted. There were creatures in this rising multitude that were as ancient as the elements. The crawfight, for instance, whose bodies were bone cages filled with flocks of burning birds, their heads black iron pots brimming with a vile stew of venom, angel's grief, and human meat. Their limbs lengths of burned muscles held together with hair and hooks, and arrayed with dagger fingers. They were not demons. The Abarat had no known hell. The crawfight, like the other 7 Zayavane from which root all forms of night beast, each corrupted in its own particular way, sprang from the presence of cruelty, pain, and loneliness among the hours. The old mother caught sight of all the fiends she had hoped to discover as she scanned the islands. On Scoriae she found the Abarat's first executioner, Quothman Shant, at his bloody work. On Soma Plume she saw Lila Lowe, the queen of murderous song, leading a chorus of tiny pulcinellas. The binder Tarvazan, who wrapped the hearts of her victims in fire, was walking the silent boardwalk of Babylonium. Gan Nug was still standing at the highest point of the great head, calling forth more horrors. At his feet, gazing up at him in adulation, were 9 of his prayers, or priests. Claudius Gifi she found on a boat, alone, the Isabella stained blood-red all around, while Shote, the plaguer, she discovered seeding diseases in the fields of the Nantes. And on Huffaker caught sight of Ogo Fro, who was entropy and fatigue incarnate, among a crowd of the wanderers lost in the dark. It was a triumph for darkness. All 8 of the great fiends had risen up and shown their faces. And if they were here, then their children would surely be here too, and their children, and theirs. None of them as powerful as their legendary forebears, to be sure, but they still possessed the genius to terrify. The old mother was happy, at least as happy as she knew how to be. She had thrown a party in the name of darkness, and all the guests she'd most wanted to attend had done so. The 25th hour, however, had been entirely unaffected by the invasion of the sack brood. It not only protected itself at sea level, effortlessly repelling the darkness that attempted to touch the shore, but it also defended the air above with a sheath that reached up into the stratosphere and instantly cremated those sack brood who, in their thoughtless conviction, treated the air above the 25th hour like any other. It was not. The rules of physics were inverted over that timeless place. Air that should have been lightless was instead pale yellow, while the stars, whether they were fixed or falling, blazed black against its brightness. The 25th had no intention of allowing the brood to invade its sacred air. Though the forces encircled the island, throwing wave after wave of forces against it, the power that the hour emanated was too unpredictable to be overwhelmed. Finally, the brood seemed to comprehend that this was not a battle they could win, and left off the attack to move on to new conquests, some breaking north to the outer islands, others around the island to follow an easterly course. The fact that the 25th had not succumbed irritated Mater Motley. "You hear me make this oath, Meridian?" she said when word reached her that the brood's attempts to get onto the island had failed. "Before very long, you will follow me as I walk up from the water's edge into the heart of the 25th, and I will stand there as its owner, and I will sink it if I so choose." "And will it be the same with Comexo City?" Meridian said. Mater Motley made a snort of contempt as she strode toward the mosaic of the island of Pion and set her foot upon the spot where Rojo Pixler had built Comexo City. "The stars no longer shine over Pion," she said, "but the city still burns as brightly as ever." "Is Pixler there?" "Why would he not be?" "He went down into the Isabella." "So he did. An odd coincidence. Something vast happens in the heavens, and Pixler is down in the deep." "I heard a rumor," Meridian said. "Go on." "That he came back, but he's not himself." "Really?" "Yes. He supposedly went in search of a requiax. Those don't really exist, do they?" "Everything exists at some depth, Meridian." "Everything?" "Yes, everything," the hag replied. "Perhaps he's come back suffering from deliriums of the deep." She took one of the needles from her dress, needles forged in cold fires that Zale Mazari itself had called up. She gave the needle to Meridian. "Take this down to General Axieta. You know which of the women she is?" "She's the bald one with the birthmark?" "That's her." "She's beautiful," Meridian said. "Well, you take the needle down to her as proof that these orders came from me." Meridian took the needle. "What orders, m'lady?" the girl said. "She's to take 4 warships with 6 legions of stitchlings in each vessel. Head straight for Pion. There'll be plenty of distraction to keep Mr. Genius Pixler from expecting an attack from the sea. When she gets into the city, she's to take it. Destroy it if she's in the mood, I don't care. But there are 2 things I need her to do without fail." "Yes, m'lady." "Kill every light that burns in that damn city, and make it her personal business to bring me back the heads of Rojo Pixler and the boy." "The boy?" "The Comexo kid." "Is he a living thing?" "We won't know until we have his head in our hands, will we?" Mater Motley said. "Now go. I want Comexo City dark in 2 hours." Chapter 37. Love and War. Mater Motley wasn't the only one who had a comprehensive view of the sack brood's advance over the Abarat. At the heart of the Comexo Company's headquarters, in the circular room, reports came in from the innumerable mechanical spies, perfect copies of species from the tiny tiger tick to the enormous Rashimas, which resembled a cross between a whale and a millipede. They weren't programmed to seek out events of any great moment. But there were so many of Pixler's spies out in the world that at any given hour, one of them would be certain to catch witness of a scene of tragedy or celebration, were it to occur. But in all the years, the cyclopic Dr. Vorzangler, whose genius with Aberratian technologies was responsible for making Rojo Pixler's visionary dreams into practical realities, had traveled the immense circle on one of the gravity-negating discs that carried him wherever he willed them to take him. He had never witnessed anything as momentous as the events unfolding on the screens now. He had watched as the pyramids at Gazukzuks had been unsealed, silently awed, though he would never have admitted it, by the sheer power of the hidden engines that had opened the pyramids up. But their opening had only been the first part of the spectacle. What followed had been more incredible still. The outpouring of a life form Vorzangler was not familiar with, that had been hidden away in the tombs and now rose like 6 black rivers flowing heavenward, where they converged to become a sea of darkness that spread over the sky and above the pyramids, blotting out the constellations above Xukzuks, then moved outwards. East toward Babylonium, south toward Nomon, west toward Gibberish, and north toward the island of Pion, at which hour, of course, Comexo City stood. Vorzangler surveyed the site for a few minutes, trying to get a grasp on what he was seeing. Then he summoned his assistant, Kataz, to his side. "What's Mr. Pixler's status?" he wanted to know. "I was just with him," Kataz replied. "He says he feels fine after the problem. That's what he calls it, sir. The little problem with the bathyscaphe." Vorzangler shook his head. "Really, the man is fearless. We nearly lost him." He stared at the spreading darkness again. "I'm going to start making a report on this phenomenon. I'd like Mr. Pixler to see it for himself when he's feeling well enough. Would you inform him that we have a very immediate problem? This darkness is going to cover the city within the next 10 minutes. "What is it?" Kataz asked him. "According to my records, this is a species. I believe they are sac-brood. They predate time and therefore these islands. But what we know of them from fossil records suggests that they were significantly smaller than these creatures we see now." "Genetically altered, then?" "That's my assumption." "By science? Magic?" "Possibly both. Look at them." He directed Kataz's attention to the screen behind her. One of the creatures reporting this cataclysm, a balloon fox, had risen dangerously close to the sac-brood, risking its existence in order to report every detail of what he was witnessing. The sac-brood were a study in diversity. No two of them were alike. Their heads were complex arrangements of black and sentient eyes, which were sometimes assembled in glistening bunches like ripe fruit. Some had immense barbed jaws, some complex arrangements of mandibles, some had heads that almost resembled that of the common hereafter housefly, which had quickly established itself in the Abarat, having come between worlds in the early years of trading. "Oh, by the kid! Look at this, Dr. Vorzangler! This one, the eggs it's carrying! That's disgusting! Lordy Lou, look at all those little maggoty... Oh, that's horrible!" "Do you really think so?" Vorzangler said, looking at the image with a detached curiosity. "It's just more life, isn't it? We can't be judgmental. At least I can't." "Well, I'm sorry, Doctor. You're probably quite right. It's just another species." She was about to say more to him when the door to Rojo Pixler's private chamber opened and the great architect appeared. "What's going on, Vorzangler?" "I was just about to alert you, sir. No need, you're being watched too, remember?" "I wasn't aware." "That some of the screens you're looking at are looking at you?" "Yes." "Well, they are." He closed the door to his suite behind him, and then, moving very slowly, his limbs exhausted, he stepped up onto one of the discs and, taking up his familiar posture, hands cupped left and right behind his back, he allowed the disc to carry him the long way around the room, examining the screens as he went. Such was the immensity of the chamber and vastness of the numbers of screens that it took him several minutes to come around again to the place where Vorzangler and Kataz were standing. When he finally did so, and Vorzangler got an opportunity to look at his mentor very closely, he was troubled. Pixlr appeared very much the worse for wear following his descent into the depths of the Isabella. His skin was white and beaded with sweat. His hair was pasted to his scalp with the moisture. "I wish you'd let me examine you, sir. Just a brief checkup." "I've told you, Vorzangler, I'm perfectly fine, never better." "But weren't you in the bathyscaphe when the Requiax took hold of it?" "Oh, yes. Oh, I've been closer to death than I ever care to be again. But the Requiax is an ancient entity, Vorzangler. It has no interest in whether a man lives or dies." "You're not a man, sir. You're Rojo Pixlr. You're the father of the Comexo kid." Yes, I am. And I am not going to die. Now or ever." "Or ever, sir?" "You heard me, Vorzangler, or ever. The future is mine to own. It's bright, Vorzangler, and full of possibilities. I can't afford to die." "I want to believe you, sir. But these sackbroods, sir." "Is that what they are?" Pixlr said matter-of-factly. "Fascinating. Our records report—" "Forget the records. They're not worth a damn." "But, sir, you wrote them." "No, not me, Vorzangler. I was another man entirely when I wrote those. That man is gone." "Gone, sir?" "Yes, Vorzangler, gone. As in departed, exited the building, dead." "You look a little sick, sir," Vorzangler said, speaking slowly as though to an idiot. "But you're not dead. Trust me." "Oh, no, thank you very much for the invitation, but I don't think I will. Trust you, I mean. I have better advisors now." "Sir?" "It's their understanding that our neighbors on Gorgosium, specifically the she-cur, Motley," as he spoke of her, his features were overtaken by a rising wave of infiltrations, his muscles twitching violently, plainly not under Pixlr's command. "She's apparently intending to cut off all natural light to the islands." "How do you know that?" Vorzangler said. "I'm looking at the screens, Doctor. This mass swarming of sackbrood is blotting out the skies. There will be a severe, even catastrophic drop in temperature. Blizzard conditions on islands that have never seen a flake of snow. Crops will perish in the fields. Livestock will freeze to death. There will be massive loss of life in rural areas. People can build fires," Kataz said. Pixlr looked at the woman with naked disdain. "Go away," he said. "You offend me." "Why?" "I don't need reasons. Just go." "Mr. Pixlr, please." "Oh, don't whine, Vorzangler. I know what goes on between you two. I've watched you fawn over her. Love makes you look ridiculous, don't you see?" He glanced back at Kataz. "Are you still here? I said go away." Kataz looked to Vorzangler for help, but his face was utterly blank, all sign of real emotion concealed. She didn't wait for him to come to her defense. Obviously, he wasn't going to do so. "I'm sorry I offended you, sir," she said in a monotone, and departed. "So Mater Motley has herself an army," Pixlr went on, as though nothing had happened. "She does," Vorzangler said. His gaze was on the screens filled with sackbrood now. "Stop looking at the damn insects. They're just a part of what she's up to. Look at this." He pointed to a cluster of screens showing both recorded footage of the Stitchling legions marching in shockingly precise lockstep as they assembled to board the warship, and live feeds showing those same warships carving their way through the dark waters of the Isabella. The only light supplied by the lamps, like blazing eyes, in the bows of the ships, and a host of smaller, airborne lights that cast a cold blue-white luminescence as they flew around and above and behind the vessels. "You mean the goons on the ships?" Vorzangler said. "They're just stitchlings, rags and mud. They have no brain power. Yes, she can train them to march, but I doubt they'll do much else. I think perhaps she let you see the clowns so that you wouldn't ever think of them as soldiers. The old mother's quite brilliant in her way, you know, Pixler said. The old mother? Is that what they call her? Huh. She's a crazy hangover from the days of the Empire. I doubt she even knows what year this is. She may indeed be touched by madness, Vorzangler. On the other hand, that may be simply a performance to have you believe she's harmless in her lunatic condition. Sane or insane, the doctor said, she is not the real power. That was carrion right from the beginning. Never underestimate a woman. After all, Old Mother has persuaded some very powerful allies to come over to her side. Powers I do not even care to name. They do not see the world as we do, in opposites, night and day, black and white. Good and evil? They would find that particular idea utterly absurd. So these beings are her allies? So she believes. But you don't. I believe she is useful to them at present, so they indulge her dreams of founding an imperial dynasty. Isn't she a little old to be having children? You don't have to give birth to children in the world of mysteries where that woman walks. I see. No, you don't. Not remotely. No, I don't. Good, Pixler said brightly, laying a clammy cold hand, a dead man's hand was all Vorzangler could think, on the doctor's shoulder. You can still admit to ignorance. There's hope for you yet, Vorzangler. Smile, Doctor. I can't. I mean, I will if you want me to. He tried to fake a smile, but it was a wretched sight. Forget it, Pixler said. Vorzangler let the smile die a quick death and went on talking. Is the city in any danger? Well, ask yourself, what do our sources tell us about her plans? That she wants the Abarat in total darkness. But Camexo City is still lighting up the sky. Exactly. So maybe we should placate her? Offer to dim them maybe 50%, just until she sends her warships home? That won't fool her. We have to stand our ground, or she will destroy this city and all that it's about to become. Which is what? It's a conversation for a night without warships, Vorzangler. Go down to the dormitories. Speak to that milk and cookies woman. Mrs. Love. Pixler looked appalled. Who, in the name of all that's addictive, called her that? I take it from your gormless expression that I did. Yes. Well, we'll fix it when this last great war is over and we've won the peace. You sound very confident, sir. Do I have any reason not to? Wars are unpredictable, sir. We didn't know Mater Motley had an army of stitchlings until a few minutes ago, and there's the matter of her allies. The higher powers, Pixler said. We have no idea who they are, is that right? Put it this way. If I had some knowledge of them, I'd tell you. Not the knowledge, only that I knew it. You don't trust me any longer, do you? Oh, Lordy Lou, Vorzangler, I never trusted you. What? Why? Because you think too much and you feel too little, and that can bring empires down. Vorzangler studied the ground between his oversized feet for a long moment. If I may remark, sir. Remark away. I feel something for Kataz, something very real. At least I believe it's real. And it may seem foolish in a one-eyed, obsessive-compulsive scientist of advancing years to hold out hope for some return on my investment of devotion, but if it's foolish, then so be it. I stand by my feelings, however much a fool I may be. Huh. Now it was the architect who looked away, staring at the screens without seeing them. When he looked back at Vorzangler, there had been a subtle shift in his features. Though he was still Rojo Pixler, something else, the same force perhaps that had infested his face with twitches, was present in him. It leaked a tiny amount of black fluid through his pores into each bead of sweat so that they decorated his blood-drained features like immaculate black jewels. Or, Vorzangler thought, like the eyes of the sack brood. You know, just a few minutes ago, I had decided I was going to put an end to you, Vorzangler. An end to me? You mean... I mean I intended to kill you, or more correctly, have you killed. Sir? I didn't realize you had such a poor opinion of my performance. Well, I did, but I've changed my mind. Your love saved your skin, Vorzangler. If you hadn't admitted to that, I'd have had you arrested and you'd have been dead 2 minutes later. He studied Vorzangler as he spoke with a kind of detached curiosity. Tell me how that makes you feel, he said. Just tell the truth, nothing fancy required. I suppose I'm grateful. I'm a fool. Pixlr seemed satisfied with this. There are certainly worse things, he said, apparently speaking from a profound fund of knowledge. A great deal worse. Now go and tell Mrs. Love to wake the kid. Go on! With a thought, the doctor had his disc on the move, dropping away from the high screens that he and Pixlr had been viewing, and calling after Vorzangler as he descended. And be grateful you're a fool, Vorzangler, he yelled. You get to live another night. Chapter 38. An Old Trick. With the John brothers at the helm of the Piper, the harbor at Tasmagore was soon out of sight, erased by the sea spray that was thrown up by the waters of Mama Isabella. Candy went into the boat's wheelhouse and consulted the very old charts, all of which were covered with notes about where the boat's owner had been successful in finding schools of ninkas, fool fish, and even the triple-beaked, 10-tentacled decapi. You know what? John Phillip said. No, what? Said John Moot. I think our glorious leader has taken a liking to our new crew member, John Phillip said. Candy kept her eyes on the chart, though there was very little information there of use. Don't know what you're talking about, Phillip, Candy said. It's not just Phillip, John Slop said. We all noticed it, said John Pluckett.
You can't keep much from the John brothers,
said John Drowse. It's none of your business, Candy said. I'm sorry, John Mischief said. You're all such gossips. The point is, Mischief started to say. The point is, whatever you think you saw wrong. Lordy Lou, the boy was going to stab you. So you stopped him by throwing your arms around him, said John Serpent. Yes, we saw. I'm not having any further discussion on the subject. She stopped and turned to look directly at what she had seen from the corner of her eye. The Piper was plunged into a thick fog, making the end of 1 hour and the beginning of another. The light continued to dim, but the darkness wasn't black. There were shifting patches of blue and purple in it now. We're going to be coming out of the other side of this very shortly, Mischief said. The brothers were back at the wheel now, their smiles erased. Fun time was over. Candy went to the wheelhouse windows to look for some sign of the coming hour, but the windows were filthy with an accumulation of salt and bird droppings. Any sign of the great head? Sallow asked her. I can't see anything, but I'll hang on tight, and you guys? Keep the gossip to yourselves in the future. So we were wrong? Mischief said with a smirk that defined his name. You don't like him? Candy left the wheelhouse without answering. There was a ladder that brought her up to the roof of the wheelhouse and a railing for her to keep hold of, for which she was grateful. The swell was growing with every wave. The boat reeled and shuddered. Mind if I join you? Malingo called up to her. Of course not, Candy yelled back. Come on up. Seconds later, Malingo was standing at her right-hand side, hanging on to the iron railing as tightly as she was. If we're on the right course, we should be seeing the great head from behind, he said. In which direction? Hopefully dead ahead. I can't see anything. Neither can I, but the fog is thinning, I think. Oh, you're right. I see it, Malingo, she laughed. I feared the worst, but it's still standing. Candy called down to Mischief. "I see it! Off the port bow!" Mischief cut the Piper's engines, sensing perhaps that everyone aboard needed to have a quiet moment in order to think about what lay ahead. The powerful currents met out of the boundary of the fog and into the murky twilight in which the great head stood. Even viewed from behind, the head was an extraordinary monument, the towers that crowned its cranium so cunningly designed that they seemed to rise naturally out of the structure of the skull. A bonfire was blazing on the top of the tallest of the towers. It was not unnatural fire. The flames were violet and silver, and when they rose to sufficient heights, they threw off lattices and other geometric forms, then briefly blazed as if being tested against the twilight sky. She watched the flames without even blinking, mesmerized. "I think it's sending a message," Eddie said from the deck. "They look like sentences being written in the air." "Really?" said Malingo. "He might be right," Candy said, watching the flames closely. "Oh, wait! Yes, look!" She pointed past the head. There was a cloud of roiling darkness laid along the horizon, its shadow erasing all below as it advanced across the moonlit sea. The moon itself, 2/3 full, its face already touched by the seething fingers of darkness. And, of course, the great head, its huge, simple form, at least seen from behind, stoic, immovable. That was both its strength and its weakness, of course. It would not move. It could not move. And when darkness had come and gone, it would still be standing. Apparently, it had occupants who lacked Candy's faith, however. There were maybe 40 boats in the vicinity of the head, all in the process of making a departure. "What are those idiots doing?" Malingo said. "And where do they think they're going to go?" Candy replied. Some of those departing had seen the approaching cloud, and the sight of it had obviously made them reconsider their plans. Several boats, many overloaded with passengers, were turning around, or at least attempting to. The consequences were inevitable. Boats rocked and turned over, pitching their living cargo into the water. There was a lot of panicked shouting and cries for help. There were some voices, too, that did not express such terror and confusion. They did not shout, they sang. A great multitude of voices rising together to sing in old Abaratian. It mattered not at all that Candy couldn't make any sense of the words. The majestic calm in the tune reassured Candy the way her favorite Christmas carol, Silent Night, reassured her. She wondered if they knew the story of love being born in a stable, with shepherds and kings and a bright star high above to mark the place. And for a moment, she wasn't on a boat drifting on an alien sea as a living darkness eclipsed the moon. For a moment, she was back on Followell Street on a night long ago before she'd come to fear the stink of beer on her father's breath. "The moon's almost gone," Malingo said, monotone. "You don't sound very bothered about it," Candy said. "Well, what can I do about it? It's a big cloud, and I'm a gesh rat with a fish-gutting knife I got from a stowaway, which I wouldn't know how to use properly anyway. I should give it back to him." "No," Candy said very firmly. "You hang on to that. You might need it one of these days." "One of these days? There aren't going to be any more days." "Oh, there will be," said John Mischief. He'd climbed up to share the view. "Clouds come, clouds go. It's the way clouds are. You can't rely on them. They're too—" "Flighty?" John Moot suggested. "The very word," Slop said. "It's not that simple. This isn't an ordinary cloud. It can't be blown apart by a gust of wind. It's a living thing," she protested. "How come you know all these things?"
"Because she's becoming a shaman,"
said John Drowse. As Candy drew breath to remark that she didn't much like being talked about as if she wasn't there, she heard somebody call her name. A woman's voice. For a moment she panicked. Boa? No, it couldn't be. She glanced around, looking for the person who'd spoken. The brothers, meanwhile, continued to discuss Candy's shamanic potential as though she wasn't even there, and the tempers on both sides of the argument were becoming ragged. "If she's a shaman," said Slop, "then I'm an only child." "He's right," said Philip. "The girl's half crazy." "Only half?" said Sallow. "You underestimate her," John Mischief said. "Yes, she's a little unpredictable, but that's what we need if the Abarat's to survive. She knows more than's good for her. More than she knows she knows. Candy, come here." Meanwhile, the debate raged on. "Philip's right. She's a sweet girl. But all that power."
She can't deal with it.
"And what if you're wrong?" "Pay no attention to their babble, Candy," the voice said. "You're not Boa, are you?" she asked, knowing she only had to form the thought for it to be heard. "No." "Lordy Lou. Please, we have very little time, Candy. You're going to have to step away from them for a minute or two." "Step away? Are you kidding?" Candy replied. "I'm on a boat." "We know," another said. "We can see you." When the second voice spoke, Candy knew who she was talking to. She scanned the water, looking for some sign of the women of the Phantomaya. "Leave your chatty friends on the boat. Come and talk to us." "Where are you?" 14 paces off the stern. "Come to us, Candy, quickly. Mater Motley's seamstresses are after us. They're riding fever wheels, and they're moving fast." "What's a fever wheel?" "If you see one, you'll know, and if you don't, then you're blessed not to have the sight in your head." Now that Candy knew where to look, she saw Jofi and Mespa. They appeared to be simply standing on the swell, illuminated by a light in the water that surged and then waned again in rhythm with the waves. Even at this distance, Candy could see that the journey had taken a considerable toll on them. Their robes were dirty and tattered, and their faces and arms bloodied. "Come on," Jofi said, beckoning to Candy. "I can't walk on water." "Yes, you can," Mespa said. "Have faith in yourself." "I'm going to sink." "Faith, hurry." She turned back toward Malingo and the John brothers. "I'll be right back," she said to them. Then she climbed down the ladder. Legitimate Eddie was staring up at the bizarre bonfire blazing on top of the great head. "There's one of them up there," he said. "One who?" "One of the 8, Gan Nug." He pointed, and Candy looked up at the head to see that there was indeed a tall creature there, his stylish clothes, high-coiffed hair and reptilian wings, garishly lit by the pyre he tended. "Any idea what he's doing?" Candy asked him, keeping up the same casual tone as she clambered over the side of the boat. "Calling something up, I dare say," Eddie replied. "From the depths." "Wait, wait," Gaza said. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" She looked up at him. The light from the swaying lanterns made his face seem to shift, the only steady thing, his immense gold eyes. "There's some friends of mine I need to talk to." Gaza looked out across the Isabella. "Are those women walking on water?" "Lordy Lou, you ask a lot of questions." "Yes." "Witches?" "I suppose so." "You're one as well, are you?" "Not really. I'm learning, but—" "Are you coming?" Jofi said. "Or are you just going to flirt with the boy? They say you're a boy." "The witch women?" "Yes." "If you want to talk to Candy," he hollered, his voice echoing off the great head, "then come to the boat." "Come, Candy, or if the boy has your heart, don't. Just make up your mind." "I'm coming," she murmured, and set her foot on the water. She tested her weight on the frothy water. The news wasn't good. "My foot's sinking." "You're going to drown," Gaza yelled. "Get back up here." "Are you barefoot?" Mespa asked. "No, you didn't say anything about—" "Isn't it obvious? It's you who's walking on water, not the shoes." All right, no shoes. She headed back to Gaza. Hold my hand. Finally, some common sense, he said. Don't get too excited. I'm just taking my shoes off. Keep hold. I'm not letting go. Oi, they bicker like man and wife, said Eddie. All right, I've just got to get... The sentence came out in fragments as she struggled to get the shoes off her feet, attempting not to lose them as she did so. She liked the shoes. They were Aberratian, iridescent blue, with little animals performing on them in a shoe-sky circus. But it was an awkward maneuver to reach over Gaza's arm to get her fingers under her shoe to keep from... Her left shoe slipped off and dropped into the water with a palliative plop. It sank instantly. The other shoe came off more easily, and for a few seconds, the last gleam of the smothered moon caught the animals prancing upon that perfect blue that no sky had ever been. She tossed it on deck. There, she said to Gaza. I'm ready. Then get on with it, Mespa said. Candy let go of Gaza's hand and walked back to the ladder despite his protests. She set a naked foot, the left, down in the water. No, not in the water, on it. The surface wasn't entirely solid, but certainly enough to support her. She glanced up. Malingo was looking down at her. Tell me you're not going to walk. Well, I'm a horrible swimmer, Candy said, so yes. You're crazy. That's what I've been telling her, Gaza said. She suddenly felt the water that had supported her foot softening. Don't listen to doubt, Candy, Jofi said. All great things come of paradox. Don't worry, she said to Malingo as she took a breath and drew her gaze away from his disbelieving face. I'm not going to drown, Malingo. I'm not. You can still turn back. No, I can't, Malingo. You know I can't. I've been preparing for this test since I arrived. No, since I was born. Utterly insane. The girl is, Mischief muttered as he and the brothers joined Malingo in watching. I heard that, Candy replied. Forget them, Mespa said. This is when you prove your right to make history or drown in the water you want to walk on. You can. You are answerable only to your greater self, which in turn answers only to creation. She looked down at the foot that was going to take the step. If the old woman was to be unseated from the throne of the Midnight Empire, then Candy had a part to play in that unseating. That she understood. And if she was meant to play that part, she had to walk on water, and walk on water she would. I am... The water bore her up. Going to... Yes, she could do this. Walk! It isn't a dream. It isn't real. It's just your mind and creation thinking together, walking together. You make it sound so simple, Candy said. It's easier than drowning, Jofi said. I'm not going to drown. Then what? I'll walk. And so she walked. It wasn't as difficult as she'd expected. Every now and then she felt an eddy move against the sole of her foot, which was a little unsettling, but otherwise it was like walking on sand dunes, the rises gentle, the descents steeper. She kept her eyes on Mespa and Jofi all the way, and very soon she was close enough to see that the women were standing at the center of what appeared to be a vast spiral of fish. Fish with luminous anatomies, some blue, some scarlet, some turquoise or gold. The closer Candy got to Mespa and Jofi, however, the higher and tighter the curves of the spiral became, the smallest of the fishes being those that were describing intricate spirals directly beneath the feet of the women, offering their devotion to the Phantomaya, then descending through the center of the ziggurat toward a light far, far below that pulsed like a vast needlepoint heart. So, Candy said, what's the news? Chapter 39. Looking forward, looking back. There's a lot to tell, Jofi said, and we don't have much time. We don't want the seamstresses trailing us here, to you. Why did you have to come here in person? Candy said. You were putting thoughts in my head when I was on the boat. Couldn't you have done that from a distance? Believe me, we tried, Mespa said. Her once close-cropped hair had grown out since Candy had last seen her, and the severity of her features had been mellowed by a profound sadness. But your thoughts were busy dreaming. I'm sorry, I had some family problems. Your father? Said Jofi. Yes, Candy said. The father, Jofi said. Of course, the father. It seemed Candy's reply had provided an answer to a vexing problem. Why didn't we think of him earlier? Because he's a drunken half-wit, Mespa said bluntly. Was it my father you came to talk to me about? Now that you raise the possibility, yes. We're looking for pieces of the big picture, and we're not doing very well. It's possible your father's important. Who to? To the future, Mespa said. Are you sure there's going to be one? Why would you doubt it? Because Carrion said... Wait, said Jofi. Christopher Carrion spoke to you? Yes, he was in Tasmagore when we passed through. It was he who told me to leave before things got any worse. What form did he take? He's a mess. Is he dead? No, he's alive, but only just. He said his nightmares saved him. They must have caught him at the last minute because I've never seen anybody look so sick and so broken before. Well, that's something to be grateful for, Jofi said. She looked at Candy, expecting some echo of this sentiment, but Candy couldn't bring herself to celebrate Carrion's wretched state. The significance of her silence wasn't lost on either of the women. Ah, Janda, Jofi said, digging her fingers into her long red hair, which was wet, and pulling it away from her face. Bieta Biomo, Kathakuth Monyor. Calm down, sister. You say calm down as though our problem was the house catching fire. The fall of the Abarat is upon us, Mespa. We'll do our best to save it, Mespa said. Her eyes went back to Candy. With the only weapon we have. A weapon against what? Who? Christopher Carrion, for a start. Candy looked away from the women's faces, down at the spiral that came to an end between them. A tiny luminous fish leaped clear of the water and turned 3 somersaults in the air before plopping back into the water to begin its long descent. You're wrong about Carrion, Candy said. He's no real danger. In fact, he was trying to get me to go back to the hereafter. He was afraid for me. You two have always had a strange relationship, Mespa said. We 3, Candy said. He loved her, and she used him. Carrion's incapable of love. Again, you're wrong, Candy said. She felt anger suddenly rise up in her, too fierce to be silenced. You're very quick to make judgments, but you're not always right. The women said nothing, which was fine by Candy. Boa is one of the real monsters, she said. But you didn't see that. You were too busy accusing the bad man. The poor little princess, the woman, couldn't be the wicked one, right? That is so pitifully simple-minded, Jofi said. Yes, it is, Candy said. You should have known better. That's not what you meant, I know, but it's the truth. You put that vile creature in me and left me to deal with her. We kept watch over you, Mespa said, and we saw your unhappiness. But it was no worse than the unhappiness of your contemporaries. Where are the rest of your friends, by the way? Asked Jofi. Betty, Clyde, and Tom went to Babylonium. Geneva is going to look for Finnegan Hobb. He's somewhere on the nonce. He won't be there for long, Mespa said. We see him traveling to Huffaker with Princess Boa, Candy said, despondent. So it is true? That we separated? Oh, yes. I threw her out once and for all." Before either of the women could respond, there was a fresh escalation in the shrieks and prayers that were emanating from the great head. "What's happening?" Candy said, looking past Mespa and Jofi at the boats just outside the harbor. The water there was seething and bubbling, she saw, the motion so violent that it overturned many of the boats. "This is his work," Candy said, looking up at the figure on top of the tallest of the towers. "Gan Nug." "How do you know?" As she spoke, the tentacles of what was perhaps a leviathanic Aberratian sea monster rose up out of the frenzied waters. The massive tentacles uncurled and instantly proceeded to demolish the great head. "Oh no," Mespa murmured. "All those people." "We have to go," Jofi said. "Save who we can." "We'll go together," Candy said. "No," said Mespa. "If you want to be useful, stop Boa." "How?" "Use what you know," Jofi said. "And what you don't know, learn." There was a great roar of destruction from the great head as tentacles, which had quickly curled around the towers that had been the head's crowning glory, pulled them down. Now it all curled like a vast breaking wave, stones and people raining seaward as the towers toppled. Any attempt at escape was a lost cause. What boats had not been overturned by the churning waters were now crushed by falling debris. None were saved. The waters around the Yebadim Day were very quickly littered with the remains both of vessels and their passengers, all rolling in the bloody surf while the rain of stones continued to beat down upon them. As for Gan Nug, the summoner of this monstrosity, he and his uncanny bonfire still stood, hovering on the darkness exactly where they'd been when they'd had the tower beneath them. "Oh my," Candy whispered. "I knew a woman and her 2 children who were in there." The great head continued its collapse as the tentacles of the beast searched the rubble, their huge scale not denying them an atrocious delicacy. They picked over the rubble carefully, plucking here and there some poor creature clinging to life. Mespa suddenly looked up. "Get back to your boat!" she screamed. "Run! Run!" "What's wrong?" "The seamstresses! They're here!" She pushed Candy away from her. "Go!" they shouted, and the 2 women of the Phantomaya raced away in the opposite direction. Candy turned and looked toward the piper. She could see Malingo, Eddie, and Gaza by the swaying lanterns hanging at the stern. Malingo was beckoning to her, and Gaza started to do the same. Candy looked back at the women, intending to say goodbye, but they had already gone. The only clue to their whereabouts was the sight of their pursuers, 5 women, their long hair streaming behind them, standing astride juggernauts of almost white-hot iron, easily 3 times as tall as their riders. Weaving between one another, they chased their unseen quarry off over the Isabella. Candy watched a second or 2, then started to run toward the boat. The same violent message was spreading out from the remains of the great head in all directions. It made the water beneath Candy's feet shake as she ran, the worst tremors so powerful she was afraid the sea was going to open up beneath her. It was the continuing destruction of the great head that was causing the tremors, she knew, but she refused to look at the horrors there. She kept her eyes fixed on the piper. Malingo was beckoning to her, as was Gaza. It was his voice that she heard from above the rubble. "Come on! Don't look back! Keep your eyes on me!" He reached toward her as though he had the power to stretch out and gather her back into the same arms from which he'd released her. "Just run, Candy!" There was another sound now, audible above Gaza's voice and the noise of dying and destruction. She could hear the rising whine of the fever wheel and the insane scream of the monster who was riding it. She knew Gaza was right. She shouldn't look back. But she made the error anyway. It was a smear of a sight, but it was enough to know she was in very serious trouble. The fever wheel was no more than 10 yards behind her, its proximity making every bone in her body vibrate. On the seamstress who rode the fiery wheel was an obscenely distorted face, her mouth a gaping black shriek, her hair streaming behind her like white paint thrown against a starless sky. "Run! Run!" Gaza said. Candy threw everything she had into it. Her strength, her anger, even her fear that this fast dash was a lost cause, that she'd never again feel around her the arms of those who loved her, or say to Gaza the words she knew she felt but didn't yet know how to say. How cruel and stupid was that! To finally lay her eyes on a face she knew from some other sweet dream of life, sweet dream of love, but never get to say, "I know you, don't I? I've always known you." She would never tell him. The wheel was going to kill her. A spray of scalding water caught her neck. It hurt, but nowhere near as much as the thought that she'd never. Ropes of unraveled fire arced past her and set the water ablaze where they fell, boiling it to columns of steam. Never! And now the seamstress's shrieks were added to the sum of terrors closing on her. There were fragments of words she had either heard or even used herself, all dissolved in the vile torrent of noise pouring out of the virago. Shinama shinigajanda jamdana manda siga fifinu in referee dia jada jalajik flotaka mamime. The consonants and vowels so unendurable, like needles being driven into Candy's head, that it was all she could do not to add her own sum of screams to the cacophony. Never! The word came from Gaza. Candy stared at the piper through her agony and saw that he had lifted Eddie up onto his shoulders. Never! He said again. Then Eddie threw the machete. Candy saw it catch the light as it left his hand, then it was gone into the shadows, and all she caught was the noise of its approach, a quickening breath that for some reason surfaced through all the other noise until it briefly appeared again as it passed over her head. She couldn't help but see where it went, turning in time to see the expression on the seamstress's face change as she understood what she had raced with such eagerness to meet. The machete cut through her neck, and her head was thrown up toward the lightless heavens on a surge of scarlet. Candy didn't linger to see it fall. Though the fever wheel had lost its rider, it was still on the move. She fixed her eyes upon the piper, or more truthfully, upon one of the faces among the many, and ran. There was a raw shriek from the wheel, and then a crash as it keeled over. Candy felt freezing water splashing against her back. She didn't look to see if the wheel had in fact fallen over. She just ran and ran until she was there at the boat, gasping. She reached up and found that the arms that had let her go were the first to catch hold of her again and wrap her up tighter than anybody had ever held her before. Chapter 40. Bones and Laughter. Finnegan had been on the nonce for a day, searching for a place that he had endeavored to find ever since the death of his princess. He had finally discovered it beneath the mountains of that hour. The place where, according to the myth of the dragon families, their dying members went to pass the last portion of their lives. There they had perished, leaving their bodies to decay among the numberless bones of the worms who had come here to die over the centuries. Now he was standing in that most secret of secret places, a cavern that had been fashioned over the millennia by the genius of water and stone into the likeness of a cathedral, so big the city of Comexo could have comfortably fitted within it 3 or 4 times over. It was illuminated by the phosphorescence given off by a fungus that flourished on the bare architecture of the dead. They had spread to every corner of the caverns, laying a gray pallor on the air, which only served to add to the immensity of the space. But the scale of this vast cathedral was barely large enough to contain the immense numbers of dragons' bones that had collected here over the centuries, some laid here by mourners carrying the corpses of dragon kings or common soldiers, some laid down by those who had owned them and had made their final journey dressed in meat and scales so as to lose them at least among the remnants of those who had gone before. In places they were heaped like stained snowdrifts against the 100-foot walls, in others simply littering the floor, broken by the passage of the centuries into splinters, the splinters into crumbs, and the crumbs to dust. "That's a fine sight," Finnegan murmured to himself. "Is that all it's about, Hob?" said a voice of age and pain. Its vibrations, breaking the bleak silence, brought tiny changes among the bones. Dust ran hissing from eye sockets of dragons dead in their mothers' wombs. "Ditha Mas," Finnegan said. He already had his sword and dagger drawn. "Show yourself." "I'm right here," the ancient voice told him. "Look." Indeed, something directly in front of him did move. It was so uncannily slow that it was several seconds before he could make sense of the form. When he did so, he recognized instantly that he was looking at a creature that was, like himself, the child of a forbidden union. Finnegan had been born of a father of day and a mother of night. But Ditha Mas, the keeper of this ossuary, had been made from a far stranger marriage, that of dragon and man. For 16 years, Finnegan had been slaughtering members of the Dragon Nation, but he had always let Mas see that in some secret place he knew that he was taking the lives of innocents, and that in allowing their corpses to be recovered and brought to this place was his way of making peace with that fact. Once, perhaps, Mas had been an intimidating figure. He stood 11 or 12 feet tall, even stooped. His head was a calamitous mismatching of the infernal reptile, the long-snouted skull, the slitted eyes, the gold-green scales, the teeth in a barbed array in rotting gums, with the humanish parts, the most significant part the fact that he was standing upright on his crooked back legs. He had fashioned a primitive walking aid out of bones bound with strips of cloth on which he leaned his entire weight, only advancing with the greatest difficulty, each step exacting its price in pain. There were other subtler signs of his human aspect. Small places where his scales gave way to areas of translucent skin under which a network of dark blue veins was visible, pulsing against his pale purple sinew, his dirty white hair, which grew down to his waist, and here and there portions of a beard in the same wretched condition which sprouted from pieces of flesh between the scaly patches beneath his snout. "I'd expected you to be younger," Finnegan said. "I'm alive," Ditha Mas said. "That's some kind of triumph, surely. I got to be 113, and now I presume you have come to make sure I don't see 114. "You were the one who called me here," Finnegan reminded him. "Yes, well, we go back 16 years, Finnegan. I thought with what's going on above, we might never have another opportunity to meet face to face. So I seized the offer while it was there in the dust, so to speak." "What offer?" "From the true dispatcher of the message I sent." "If not you, then who?" Finnegan said, raising his sword. It was a heavy blade, hard to wield with any great ease. Much broader, fuller, stronger men than Finnegan had attempted to use it and found it virtually impossible to wield. But Finnegan had its measure. It made him feel lighter on his feet to have it in his hand. If, as he suspected, that this summons from Ditha Mas was a last attempt by the surviving dragons to kill him, he would not go easily. This was, after all, the night of Midnight's empire. He'd seen all the stars go out as he had made his way here. If this was not the end of the world, he would be surprised, in truth, disappointed. He wanted an end to his loneliness and to his rage, and if it was going to be anywhere, where better than here? And who better to cure him of life than one of the very species who'd also cured him of hope and happiness? One last battle, then, fought to the death, his own. "I'm ready," he told Mas. "I doubt that," Mas said. "Death holds no fears for me," Finnegan replied. "I didn't imagine for a moment that it did, but it isn't death that's waiting for you." "What then?" "Your love." "I have no love." A spring of clear, sweet laughter appeared from behind a litter of bones and echoed around the ossuary. An elegantly dressed woman emerged from the shadows. Finnegan let his raised sword sink down under its own tremendous weight. "Hello, Finn." Boa smiled. Chapter 41. Dragon Dust. "You can't be her," Finnegan said. There was a tremor in his voice. "She was dead. I held her in my arms." "I know, I was there." "No! I thought you'd be happy. If you were real..." "Do you remember the letter you found? Written by your grandfather from the battlefield of the Nonce during the last war? The letter to your grandmother? You read a part of it to me." "Go on," Finnegan replied. His voice was hushed now. "I remember there was a part of it that made you angry because it was your grandfather's story about what happened after death. You thought he was wrong. It was a selfish letter, you said, because your grandfather wasn't thinking about how it would affect someone who read it. You were so furious, you wanted your grandfather to know how you felt." "Yes, I remember. I couldn't tell him, though, because he was dead." The smile came back to Boa's face, bright as ever. "You're trying to trick me, Finnegan Hobb. You're trying to catch me out, aren't you?" "I don't see how." "You know he wasn't dead. He was alive when you read that letter to me." Both members of her audience, man and dragon, gazed at her in astonishment. "All right," Finn said. "It's you. I don't know how, but it is." "I thought you'd be happier to see me." "Well, you were dead. I've lived thinking you were dead, buried in that royal mausoleum on the Nonce, and you weren't." "No, I was a prisoner, but I escaped." Her smile became laughter. "I escaped, Finn, and I'm back to love you." Finnegan tried to put on a smile, but it didn't quite stick. "It just seems so impossible." "Of course it seems that way. But then yesterday you wouldn't have thought you'd be seeing the stars go out, would you?" "Is that why you're here? Are you responsible for that?" "For murdering the stars," she said. As she spoke, there was a subtle change in her very being. Something caught fire in her and threw off a garish light. It was in her skin, in her eyes, in her throat. "Do you think I'm capable of that, Finn? Of throwing the world into darkness?" She had lowered her head like a wild animal preparing to charge. "Well, do you?" "I don't know what you're capable of," Finnegan said. "How could I?" "Because I'm your princess." "Stop saying that." "But it's the truth. Look at me, Finn. Look. Am I not the same woman you were about to marry?" "Too much the same," he said, half turning his face from hers, as though he might better break the spell of her perfection if he looked at her askance, and in breaking it, might see what hid behind her beauty. But it didn't work. He still had to ask her, "How can I believe what I see if I don't understand how it happened?" "Touch me, Finn, and I'll tell you." She offered him a playful little smile. "I promise you I won't turn into a monster when you touch me." She walked toward him, raising her arm to proffer her hand. "Please, Finn, I'm begging you. I've waited a long time." "Waited where? Who was holding you prisoner?" "Touch me and I'll tell you." "Go on." "I came back so I could be with you, Finn. Where's the harm in a little touch?" "I don't know." "There is none," she said. "Here, look." She took hold of his hand. "I'm real. I'm warm." Finally, Finn smiled, his hand moving up over the back of her hand, his thumb tenderly brushing the bone of her wrist. He could feel her blood pulsing through her veins, and, as promised, Boa told him everything, more or less. She told how while the wedding guests had been watching the struggle between Finnegan and the dragon, the women of the Phantomaya had reached into her dead body and claimed her soul, how they'd carried it across the divide between the Abarat and the hereafter and hidden it in the womb of a woman who was very close to giving birth. "So this was all planned out?" Finnegan said. "I really don't know, to tell you the truth. I don't see how it could have been. The Phantomaya just wanted to protect my soul, and when they saw a chance to hide it, somewhere no one from the Abarat was going to look, they took it. The child was born a few hours later. But you had already worked most of it out for yourself, hadn't you?" Boa said. "I saw the confusion on your face several times. You felt something for the girl, but you didn't know what or why. I'm right, aren't I?" She took a half-step toward him, her hand going up to his face. "There's nothing to feel guilty about," she said. "You weren't seeing her. You were seeing me through her. I was her prisoner. I had no defense against her. All I could do was stay locked up in that head of hers and watch her despicable little life go by year after year, wondering what was happening here. Always thinking about you. Wondering who you'd married now that I was dead." "Finn, it's all lies," Moss insisted. "Then none of it can do any harm, can it?" Finnegan replied. "You should be careful with your affections, Finnegan Hobb. There is a greater wickedness close to you than the crimes any of the beasts whose bones we stand among may have committed. Some of them were weak, some of them were stupid. And some had masters who demanded they do terrible things. But there were innocents here, too. You know that, Finnegan." "You're right. I concede it. I killed in anger. I killed in loneliness. I will make my peace with the spirits here. But not now. We have other problems right now." "By other problems, you mean Midnight's empire," Moss said. "Since when did it become an empire?" he said. Moss shrugged. "I don't know that it ever did. That's just the way Mater Motley spoke of it. The darkness that's gathering, it's her work. She will see herself Empress of the Islands if she has her way." "Is darkness so terrible?" "This darkness, yes, and it's spreading like the plague. I think a woman with your skills might know a thing or two, Princess," Moss said, turning to Boa. "Don't listen, Finn. He's doing exactly what I told you he'd do. He's trying to poison our happiness." "What skills, Moss?" Finnegan said. "What are you talking about? If you have something to say—" "He has nothing to say," Boa said quickly. "It's all dragon slime he means to coat me with. I've been in their jaws before, Finn. I know how they stink. The closest he gets to having any real humanity in him is when he dines on it." "Nicely done, Princess," Moss said with sour appreciation. "Inflame his rage with talk of dragons, and maybe he'll forget that he really doesn't trust you." "Enough, Moss," Finnegan said sharply. "Just because the stars have gone out and the world is likely to go with them, it doesn't mean I'll simply forgive every utterance that spills out of you. An insult is an insult, and trust me, Moss, one more word spoken against my princess and your head will fall farther than any star." Whether out of fear for his life or from a genuine sense of contrition, Moss laid his clawed hands, right over left, across his heart. "Forgive me, Finnegan Hobb," he said, inclining that burdensome head. "I have been too long in the company of the dead. I have forgotten simple courtesies." "Not good enough," Boa said. She took hold of Finnegan's hand, and he felt a surge of cold power move down her arm and through her palm into his. It felt as though his arm was actually gaining muscle mass, and he was glad of it. There would be enemies out there in Midnight's empire that had only risen up now because the circumstances were propitious. He would need all the strength he owned to protect Boa from their assaults. It wouldn't be easy, but with her help, he would find a way to get them to a place of safety, assuming such a place existed. "How do you feel?" Boa asked him. "Good," he said. He shook the arm she'd touched as though it had been asleep all his life and was now waking up. "It feels a lot stronger than it did before you—" "What did you do?" "Just rolled away a stone," Boa said, "that had been between you and what was always in you. Take out your sword." He did so, the blade making a sound like the chiming of a perfect bell as it slid from the sheath. "It's never felt so light before." "Nor has it ever been so sharp," Boa said, making a pass over the sword with her hand. A gleam of light ran up along the blade. "Now," she said softly, "use it." "Use it to do what?" "What it was meant to do. Kill." "Moss? Of course. He has no harm in him, my lady." "I say he does, Finnegan. Trust me, kill him. Then we need never to think of him again." Moss made no attempt to move while his fate was considered. He simply waited, his hands still pressed to his chest. "Do it," Boa said. "He has nothing left, Princess. Look at him." "I'd forgotten how much hard work you can be," she said. "You never could see what was right in front of you." "You're right in front of me, Princess, and right now you're very hard to see. I'm trying, I really am, but there's something—" "Of course," she said with weary irritation. "There's always going to be more of me to find, or it would all get boring very quickly, wouldn't it?" He opened his mouth to speak, but she was there before him. "You're going to tell me this isn't the time for games, because very soon the world's going to end. And I'm here to say, if it really is going to end, then we may as well have some fun before it's all over." "Agreed." "Good. So let me have my fun." "Doing what?" "Finishing the job." "You're both crazy," Moss said, the words passing around the boneyard like a rumor gathering force with every echo. "Very likely," Finnegan said. "You think?" Boa said. "All those years locked away? All those years grieving, making me crazy? Oh, I know crazy. I've had more than my share of crazy." "It's over." "Almost." "No, it is. Whatever's out there, we'll deal with it together." "Finn, you've got to finish what we're doing here." "It's done." "But the dragon still has a head on his shoulders." "I'm not killing him, Boa." "Fine, then I will." "You don't want his blood on your hands." "Don't tell me what I want," she said. "These are powerful spirits, Boa." "You're afraid of ghosts now," she said, her contempt diseasing the air between them. "Not fear, respect." "For what? For Moss?" She glanced toward the place where Deetha Moss had last been standing, but he'd moved. "Come here, worm," she said. There wasn't a great deal of volume in her voice, but there was immense power there, and it instantly carried to every corner of the boneyard. "I will have your lying head." Moss had disappeared. With every syllable Boa spoke, her utterances grew in power, so that by the time she'd reached the fifth word, the sound was causing the smaller bones on the slopes to shake themselves loose and tumble down the inclines like mobs of bones assembling in every part of the ossuary. The bones didn't just slide down the slopes. They skipped, they tumbled, they leaped and somersaulted. Nor did their motion cease when they reached the bottom of the slope. Instead, they cavorted among the shards and the bone dust, conferring upon the agitation they had carried down the slopes. As the clouds of dust rose into the darkness, they started to create unmistakable shapes made from the dust's memory of the beasts it had once been. The dragons were returning. No matter how large they had looked or how complex their forms and colors had been, it was all encoded in every mote of dust. Each beast in every grain remembered. They were waiting in every particle of dust in their entirety. Their majestic shapes sprang up from death throughout the caverns. The iridescence of their scales, the gilded beauty of their eyes, and the purples and reds and greens of their massive wings. "Mars!" Boa yelled. "Why are you doing this? I demand you kill these things right now." "He can't kill what's already dead, Princess," Finnegan said. "This is dragon magic. I don't like it. Mars!" "I'm here," the priest said, though now it was harder to be sure the direction from which his voice was coming. "Show yourself, Mars. Finnegan's not going to hurt you." In the same breath, she dropped her voice to the lowest of whispers, and to Finnegan, "Slice off the top half of his head. He's dangerous." "You don't mean that. If you're too weak to do what has to be done." She raised her left hand, in which she was holding a brilliant blade. "Mars!" she called out. "Where are you?" She stopped in mid-syllable, and her eyes lost their hold on Finnegan. Her mouth couldn't hold the words she had yet to say, nor could her hand hold the knife. It fell from her fingers, and as it did so, Finnegan caught a smeared glimpse of Ditha Mas, standing behind and a little to the right of the princess. He had his hand at the back of her neck, touching some vital place, injecting his magical order of silence into her. "Please, don't," Finnegan said. "Don't what? Gut her the way she was about to gut me? She fully intended to do it, you know. You were too weak. She wanted it done fast, didn't she? He's dangerous, that's what she said about me. Doesn't that make you wonder, why am I so dangerous?" "Just let her go, Moss. I won't hurt you." "Don't you want to know her secrets, Finnegan?" "Not from you, I don't. Just let her go." "You're going to have to see for yourself, then." "See what?" "Her little hideaway on Huffaker." "Huffaker? She doesn't even like—" "You can both go, courtesy of the powers of this place." The ghost dragons continued to roil around, their images rising up on all sides. "I think the dead must want to forgive you. They look at you with pity, Finnegan, for what you have to suffer. I know you think the suffering is over now that she's come back, but you're wrong. It's just begun." "Let her go, Mas." "To Huffaker, both of you." Finnegan felt the air throb around him, and the forms of the ghosts became remote. "Mas!" Finnegan yelled. Then the cavern was gone, and he was standing out in the darkness of another island, another hour. In that darkness, there was only one source of light. It was coming from the crack of a door, a little way from where Finnegan stood. Again the air throbbed, and his princess was suddenly beside him. "The knife," she said, looking down. "It was in my hand." "Boa, we're on Huffaker. He said you used to come here." He glanced back at her, but there was too much darkness for him to see her. "Is that true?" Boa looked and realized Finnegan was right. She sighed. "Yes, love, it's true. And I suppose you had to see sooner or later, didn't you? Come, let me show you my secrets." They walked together through the darkness to the threshold of the door where the light fell. There was no sound around them. Nothing moved, nothing sang. It was just the two of them as they approached the door. "Touch nothing," she said, and led the way inside. Chapter 42. The Fiends. In the map-mosaicked room at the top of the Needle Tower, Mater Motley surveyed her creation and was satisfied. The Midnight Empire she had planned for, labored for, lived for, now owned the Abarat from horizon to horizon, with the exception of the 25th hour, though it was only a matter of time, she was sure, until that most perverse of hours fell to her. Everywhere Mater Motley sent her remote gaze, it was the same triumphantly desolate story. Where there had been calm, there was now chaos and violence. where there had been celebration, there was panic and terror. On several islands, she observed desperate attempts being made to provide some light to cure this darkness. Many, much to her satisfaction, ended in disaster. On Hobarucus, for instance, she witnessed the tribal wizard of the Amaruz attempt to propel himself, accompanied by a number of warriors, into the smothering darkness overhead with the apparent intention of hacking a hole through to the stars. But the sack brood were formidably violent, despite the fact that they were imprisoned in a jigsaw of their own interlocked bodies and their solidified excretions. After a brief, noisy encounter, a rain of body parts fell upon the upturned faces of the Amaruz, marking the brutal end of that foolish act of bravery. On the Isle of the Black Egg, the chief of the Jalapamoto nation ordered the igniting of a pool of highly combustible kaizaf oil, which offered a comforting source of warmth and light for several hours until the fuel in the shallow pool had been entirely consumed. Then the hungry flames followed the path of the oil into the seam that fed the pool, which divided and divided as it spread out across the plateau. Within half an hour, cracks began to appear in the ground, followed quickly by sinkholes gouting flame, which claimed the lives of thousands of Jalapamodian inhabitants. And while these exquisite follies played out, the fiends came out of hiding. Mater Motley couldn't possibly have witnessed all of their reappearances, but she saw plenty. Creatures of every kind, bestial, grotesque, crazed, and infernal, they all came out of hiding. Some she knew by name from her grimoires, monstrous descendants of the 8 evils who had first walked the Aberratian stage. The devourers of ruins called the Waikami, the phantom Lord Hoth, the many-tongued beast Morrowain, the death's head creature known as the Dapotic, the raging gape-mouthed monster simply called the Overlord. And for every one beast she could name, there were 20 she could not. Abominations that had passed the ages hiding in the intricate systems of caves and passageways that lay beneath the hours, or in barrows and pits where they had been buried permanently by those who had fought them and believed them dead. Many had lived out the ages in solitude and darkness, nurturing their rage, emerging only when hunger drove them to risk being exposed and hunted down. Others had procreated over the centuries and emerged from their sanctuaries with immense families, their grotesqueries multiplying over the generations. A few had lived well, worshipped in secret temples by Aberratians who considered them to be the raw stuff from which divinities were made. These fiends, made arrogant by years of worship, rose with their legions of believers all around them. Ordinary men and women of the islands who had secretly been paying homage to these bleak-hearted deities over the years. Almost everywhere Mater Motley's roving eye traveled, it fell upon sights that would have sickened and appalled a compassionate spirit, but that filled her with a venomous joy. It wasn't only for herself that she felt this joy. There were other eyes watching how her plan to unknit the order of the Abarat proceeded, the eyes of beings ancient and insatiable, whose presence she had only glimpsed as a monumental, limitless shadow thrown across or beyond what was neither space nor substance, presence nor absence. At some time not far from now they would show themselves, she knew. They would descend out of their mystery and be seen here in the Abarat, and on that day she would be elevated to the highest throne for the services she had done them. Meanwhile, she had another order of business to observe, the arrests. Her Stitchling legions had already reached many of the islands. Already Mater Motley had seen the arrests of hundreds of individuals who would have caused, had they not been arrested, conflict and rebellion in the future. She'd seen the possibility in the visions the powers that be had allowed her to witness, and it was a future she had vowed to keep from coming into being. On the dark side of Scoriae she had, many weeks ago, ordered a camp to be built where all these agitators and troublemakers would be kept. It was a rudimentary place, the huts that had been hastily built to have the arrestees stripped of their personal belongings, jewelry, wallets, expensive shoes, and their presence recorded did not keep out the cold wind that incessantly blew so close to the edge of the world. The camp had very little healthy drinking water, and the supplies the inmates had been given to make soup with were laughably inadequate. But Mater Motley saw no purpose in giving comfort and nourishment to people she was going to have executed within hours. Meanwhile, the number of arrests continued to grow. Every outsider, every radical, every dealer in visions and hope, in short, anyone who had ever stood against her in word or deed, or that she suspected of one day doing so, was taken from their homes and family without explanation and interned in the camp at Scoriae. The old mother was well pleased. Chapter 43. Dark Waters. The task of rescuing the survivors from the turbulent waters around the Great Head had quickly degenerated into chaos as people struggling in the water converged on the Piper from all directions and attempted to clamber aboard. Within 2 or 3 minutes of arriving at the scene, the Piper was carrying more than its limit of passengers and listing badly to starboard. "We have to get out of here, Candy," Eddie said. "We're over the limit for passengers, Candy. They're going to sink us. Are you listening to me?" Candy stood frozen in place. "Okay, fine. Then I'll just go tell some drowned people we'll be joining them soon." Candy continued staring off into the starless, moonless, cloudless sky, her body convulsed by little spasms. "Malingo!" Eddie hollered. "I think there's something wrong with Candy. She's having a vision or a fit or something. Get over here, will you?" As he yelled, he shoved his diminutive foot into the middle of the same brutish face of a man he'd shoved back into the water just a few moments ago. "Can't you take a hint, mate?" he bawled. "There is no more room!" He put all the strength in his body into making sure that this time the man stayed down. "Who's at the wheel?" "We are," came a chorus of John's from the wheelhouse. "We have to get out of here," Eddie yelled. "He's right," Gaza shouted. "Much more of this, and we're going to be flipped over." "Just get this craw-fiddling thing moving," Eddie said. "There's people in the water right in front of us," Mischief said. "They'll get out of the way when they see us coming," Eddie yelled back. "We can't just—" "Gaza! Get to the wheelhouse and take over from that gaggle of idiot heads that some gene-deficient woman had the misfortune to carry to the tragedy of birth." "You are despicable, you know that?" John Mischief said. "Nobody put you in charge here. You're just an actor." "Oh, no, that was just a role I was playing," Eddie said. "I'm a man of action. I get things done. You and your brothers just talk, all the time. Talk. The John brothers said nothing, except Serpent, of course, who couldn't help himself. "Your time will come," he murmured to Eddie. "Well," Eddie yelled. "I'm in the wheelhouse," Gaza hollered. "They gave up the wheel." "Good," Eddie said. "Now get us out of this mess." "I'm working on it." "How's Candy doing?" Eddie asked Malingo. It wasn't Malingo who replied, it was Candy. "Lordy Lou, she's still with me." "Who?" said Malingo. "Boa, who else?" "She's here with you now? In your head?" "No, but we're still connected somehow. She just pulled me into her head. I don't even think she meant to. I saw through her eyes for a moment. She was in some place filled with bones. Then, I don't know how, we moved on." "Who's we?" "She has Finnegan," Candy said. She put her hand up to her head. "I saw him right beside me. No, not me. Her, beside her. I'm all backward." "You said they moved on?" "Yes." "Where to?" "I don't know." "Hazard a guess?" Candy closed her eyes. "Carrion built her a place to play." "Play?" "Magic games." "Oh, it's Huffaker." "And you think that's where she took Finnegan?" Before Candy could reply, the Piper's engines made a guttural growl, and the boat surged forward perhaps twice its length before the engine made a second sound, far less healthy than the first, and the vessel shuddered to a halt. "No!" Eddie yelled. No! This is not the place to lose power, Gaza. Get this hog-boned boat moving!" "Then stop cursing at us," said John Mischief. And make yourself useful. There's nothing wrong at the helm, and the engine's still going. Something's jamming the propeller. Gaza, can you find out what it is?" Gaza gave a quick, "Aye, aye, Captain," and raced toward the propeller. Peering into the water, he said, "It's just some piece of trash wrapped around the propeller. I'll cut it away and—" The boat lurched, first to port, then to starboard, then to port again, this time so deeply it took on water. All the desperate creatures they'd tried to leave behind had swum in pursuit of them, and they, plus 100 others, had grabbed hold of the Piper. This time there would be no saving the ship. This time she was going down, taking everyone aboard with her to feed the fishes. Chapter 44. Pariah. The Piper had played its last tune. Its boards creaked and cracked as one desperate soul after another sought to save themselves from the seething bloody waters of the Isabella. They were already littered with the bodies of those who had died in the collapse of the great head or had fallen prey to the countless beasts that had risen from the depths with the requiacs. Terror had made them mindless and merciless, clawing at one another as they attempted to clamber onto the boat, even though it was lurching wildly. "This is the end," Malingo said. "Candy, I'm sorry. It shouldn't have ended like this. What am I saying? It should never have ended. I thought we would go on forever. I really did." "It's not over yet," Gaza said. "Look up! Look up!" Everyone did as Gaza instructed. 9 or 10 winged constructions that looked like the skeletons of vast birds were circling high above the Piper. Their broad skulls were crowned with elaborately woven ziggurats of blazing bone, their wings fully 20 feet wide, gilded by firelight. And in the many-ribbed bodies of these extraordinary mechanisms, lying flat along their midsections, were their pilots, one of which was Geneva. "Candy, be ready." "Geneva? Of course." "It is." Candy could scarcely believe what she was seeing, but there she was, Geneva Peachtree, lying in the long cage of the bone glider's body. "I couldn't leave you to die," Geneva yelled, "but I needed help." "You better be quick," Gaza hollered. "We're going down fast." "Geneva, be careful," Candy shouted. "Don't get pulled down. These people—" "Smallest first," Geneva ordered. "Malingo, pick up Eddie." "Now?" "Now!" What happened next was so fast and so extraordinary, Candy could scarcely believe it was happening. 2 of the flyers swooped down toward the Piper as Malingo lifted a protesting Eddie up. "Put me down!" First onto his shoulders, and then, "I don't need help, Geshrat." That was all he had time to say. The flyers were carrying between them a hammock which scooped Eddie up like a fish in a net, lifting him into the air. Their burden was nowhere near heavy enough to prevent them from rising again with their catch. "You're next, Candy," Geneva yelled. "No, it has to be Gaza. I won't go until he goes." Geneva knew she had no time to argue with the girls, so she didn't even try. "Gaza it is." "Wait," Gaza protested. "Don't I get to have—" "An opinion?" Geneva yelled. "Yes." "No, you've only got one chance at this." 2 more flyers swooped down, needing to drop lower this time. Not only because Gaza wasn't raised up on Malingo's shoulders, but because in the half-minute since Eddie's rescue, the Piper had sunk significantly lower in the water. "Now, you," Malingo said to Candy. "No, I won't." "We heard that already," John Serpent snapped. "Don't be selfish, Candy." "What?" For the first time, Candy found all the brothers staring at her. "If we drown, it'll be a pity. If you go, it's a tragedy. And you know it. We'll get Malingo, don't worry." In that instant, some combustible substance in the rubble of the great head erupted in garish flame, and its light illuminated John Serpent's face. "Go!" he said. She nodded. "I'm ready," she yelled to Geneva. The words were barely out of her lips when the 3rd pair of flyers swooped down, and she was lifted up and up and up into the safety of the sky where the bone gliders wheeled. Sometime later, every soul aboard the Piper was safely deposited back onto the lantern-lit northeastern shore of Minniehammer, where Candy found she had a host of reunions awaiting. The first Aberratian to have ever shown her hospitality, Isarith, along with her 2 children, was there. So was the monkey called Filth she'd met in the Twilight Palace, and the members of the Totemics. It was no accident that all the people she'd encountered along the way to this place and moment were here. "We watched you from the first step you took into the Abarat," Geneva explained to her. "When you say we, you mean all of us, the Caliphate." "It's more than just us, though," said Isarith. "Not many more," Geneva said quietly. "Sad but true," one of the Totemics said. "We've known this midnight was coming sooner or later. We've read the omens. So we started assembling a force." "The best of the best," Filth said, his fingers plunged deep into one of his nostrils. "Appearances can be deceptive," Geneva remarked, catching the look on Candy's face as she watched Filth snot-mining. "Caliphate means troublemakers, rebels," Isarith explained. "But we haven't managed to do much to defy Mater Motley. She's clever." "Or we're too stupid," said Filth. "Maybe a bit of both." There were more familiar faces appearing, stepping out of the shadows into the lantern light. Jimothy, head of the Tarry Cats, and some faces she remembered from the crowded boardwalks of Babylonium. "Why was the Mazathat watching me?" Candy asked Geneva. "We thought you were working for her, the hag." "Why?" "You came from nowhere, but you had power," Isarith said. "It was no accident that I invited you into the house, I'm afraid. That was me chancing to take a long look at you. And we knew immediately you weren't working for her. Evil stinks, you didn't." "Thanks." "But we still had questions," Geneva said. "We'd put together some pieces of the puzzle. We knew the Phantomaya had been tinkering with your mind before you were even born." "Doing what?" Candy said. "Nothing that we didn't think necessary," said Mespa, who now also stepped out of the shadows with Jofi at her side. "We needed to keep you hidden from your lodger, and she from you. But it was a hastily conceived plan, and the magic was less than perfect." "We were arrogant," Jofi said bitterly. "We thought our sisterhood was beyond error." "Huh." She shook her head. "It shames me still." "What do you mean, error?" "It was poor thinking. Arrogance will do that." "We thought we had your life under control," Jofi said. "But—" "I changed," Candy replied. "Yes, oh yes, you certainly did. Watching you deciding to go back to that little boat at the Yebadim day, even though you knew it was almost certain death to do so. Oh yes, we were in error. Hence this moment with the good souls who fought the hag in secret ways for years and won little for their efforts. And died," Geneva said softly, "in ways only an abomination like the hag could have conceived. She was the reason we had such doubts about magic. We had come to think that it corrupted everything it touched. Look what it did to your people, Candy." "My people?" "Manatee. Is that what you call us? It's one of the politer terms." There was a subtle undercurrent of laughter. "And what magic did you do to us? Gave you power you lacked the skill to control?" "Oh, that. Yes, I've seen some of that." "You mean your father's cruelties?" "Yes. If you can find it in your heart to pity him." Candy thought about this for a moment. "No," she said. "I can't." "Well, that's honest. Was he always a man of vision?" "My dad? Vision? Ha! You must be kidding. He likes beer, girly magazines, kids' cartoons, beer being mean, and beer. He believes in nothing." "Well, he seems to have founded a religion." "You call that a religion? What was it called? The Church of Cold Pizza? Her audience looked at her blankly. Never mind. Manatee joke. We call it the Church of the Utter Void, Geneva said. There was laughter now. Aberratian joke. Well, I don't worship there, Gaza said. There's a time for everyone, Geneva said flatly. Are you preaching for the Church of the Utter Void now? Eddie said. No, but it has its attractions, doesn't it? To have no more dreams you have to protect. To have nothing you love so much you live in fear of losing it. That wouldn't be so bad. It would be death, said Candy. And would that really be so terrible? Yes, Candy said. Of course it would. I didn't just escape dying to go and give it all up because some preacher says it's better that way. We still remember the light. We still remember happiness. Well, don't we? You make it sound very simple, Geneva said. Well, to me it is. I want the Abarat to survive all this darkness and come back stronger than ever, but I need to tell you something that might be important. And what's that? Said Mespa. On the Piper, I realized that I still had a connection to Princess Boa. I could see through her eyes. Oh, Lordy Lou, John Mischief said. Does that mean she can see through yours? Is she looking at us right now? I don't think so. If she is, then she'll know where we are, Eddie said. Eddie, calm down. Why didn't you say something before now? Because the feeling came and went. I think maybe it was just there for a few seconds. Perhaps because I thought I was going to die, I don't know. Even if this feeling has passed, Geneva said, Eddie's right. You should have said something the moment you had a chance. You shouldn't even be looking at me. Don't look at anybody. I can't believe you would be so stupid as to endanger our entire enterprise. All right, Candy said. She turned her back on them all and stared up at the empty sky. There's no need to treat me like a total leper, she said more quietly. I told you Boa only came through for a few seconds. I don't know why. Whatever the reason was, I can't feel her presence any longer. Which proves absolutely nothing, Geneva said. You know how sly she is. She could be behind your eyes right now, and you wouldn't even know it. Well, she isn't. Candy, think about it. How would you know whether she was or she wasn't? Because I'm not the ignorant girl I was when I lived in Chickentown. Because I threw her out of me, and just because there's one little strand of her left in there doesn't mean she still owns me. But I understand. She's planted a little seed of doubt in you, and now I'm stuck with it. She raised her arms in mock surrender. I'm not going to look at any of you. I'm just going to walk down to the sea and think. And if she is looking out of my eyes, all she's going to see is blackness. Happy? And so saying, she walked down to the water and looked out at the darkness, wondering as she did so as if the darkness was looking back at her. Part 5. Stormwalker. A man will always rise to the bait of his higher self, however turbulent the waters it is cast upon. Anonymous. Chapter 45. The Business of Empire. With the many hundreds of seamstresses Mater Motley trusted and considered most experienced out among the islands leading the death squads, their task of gathering up any troublesome individuals who might be using the chaos to work on chipping away at the foundations of her empire, Mater Motley's messenger of choice had become Moradian. 22 hours had now passed since the sack brood had been released. In that time, Moradian had come to know the interior of the tower very well as she carried messages up and down its stairways. She had brought letters of supplication or surrender from those in power from across the hours, all of whom had lately come to understand that they would forfeit both their territories and their lives if they did not pay their respects to the woman they'd once called the Mad Hag of Gorgosium. Mater Motley made Moradian read the begging, self-serving missives aloud, but the old mother seldom had patience enough to hear more than a paragraph. "Enough," she'd say. and Meridian would do precisely as her mistress instructed, letting go of the offending plea near one of the windows where a gust of wind could carry it away. There were a few occasions when Motley confiscated a letter herself. These were all from sorcerers and wizards who claimed to have had some romantic liaison with the old mother. They were treated with particular contempt, snatched from Meridian's fingers and torn to shreds before the wind took them. In the end, no claim, regal, religious, or sentimental, carried any weight. There were only 3 letters that the old mother paid any attention to. The first was from one of the old mother's loyal seamstresses, who wrote to inform her that she had heard rumors that somebody who closely resembled Mater Motley's missing grandson, Christopher Carrion, had been seen on 3 islands, the Black Egg, Huffaker, and Ninnyhammer. "I have heard, Lady Mother, that you believe your grandson may have left this world for that other at our souls. If you have proof that this is the case, then my information will be of little interest to you, but I offer it nevertheless." This letter Mater Motley kept for herself, making no comment upon its contents. She did the same with a letter from another of those seamstresses whom she counted among her inner circle, who wrote to tell her she was optimistic that she would soon be able to report the arrest of the rebel Candy Quackenbush, and asking whether, when that happened, was the girl to be brought to Gorgosium or taken to join the condemned souls in the camp on Scoriae. To this Mater Motley dictated a reply which Meridian dispatched. Mater Motley was of the opinion that when the criminal Candy Quackenbush was in custody, the girl was to be taken to Scoriae, treated like the common criminal she was, and executed as such. The third letter, which the old mother studied very closely, was from the captain of a squad of warrior stitchlings called Sculliers. He was departing from the streets of Comexo City, where the Sculliers, every one of them sewn up with war in its threads, were driving Comexo's forces to a harrowing defeat. But, the captain reported, the architect of Comexo City then threw onto the battlefield a force she had not known existed. "He has legions of likenesses of that infernal child of his, the Comexo Kid. All of them are a perfect copy of the original, if indeed there ever was a living original, which I highly doubt. These legions came against us in swarms, with no weapons except their numbers, which I begin to fear are limitless. Knowing the importance with which you view the extinguishing of the city's lights, I am writing in the hope that you may somehow lend your own powers to those of your faithful legions. I fear the victory that is your right will not come to pass until the balance of power is tipped in our favor, and I can think of no more certain way of making that a reality than by your personal intervention to turn the tide of this battle. I believe with your presence here, the struggle to extinguish this city and to hang the architect Rojo Pixler from a lamppost will be quickly realized." The letter moved the old mother to action on the instant. She wrote some 50 letters on the air, and conjuring for each a wind to bear it away, let them go their many ways. Then, ordering Meridian to accompany her, she called down the ethereal staircase that led from the mosaic-laden chamber up to the roof of the Needle Tower. "Stay close to me, girl," the old mother said. "I am about to let powers loose in whose path I would not want you to get caught." "They would harm me?" "They would kill you, Meridian. Take the hem of my dress. Why do you hesitate?" "The dolls, lady." "Souls, that's all they are. Enemies of our mighty intent. They're just afraid that you're going to take them from me. Go, grip the gown tight. Tighter still. That's it. Now don't move." "I won't." "Good. Trust me, you're quite safe. Take the visions as they come." "I am ready, my lady." "You must be brave and drink in all the visions I'm about to show us. They will exist but once. After my midnight, they will be gone, for there has never been such a sight as this before, nor will there ever be again." So saying, she pulled the collar of her gown away from her neck, exposing her clavicle. There was precious little flesh upon her, and the finely curved bone stood clear of her skin, which had a jaundiced hue. With a sudden burst of speed, she reached into her own flesh and caught hold of the bone, snatching it out of her body, apparently without any pain. A metallic tang attended its revelation, a smell of magic which drew countless blends of darkness out of air. "What's happening?" Meridian asked, her voice shaking, more with awe than with fear. "I am calling together the 9 parts of my beloved deathing ship, the Stormwalker, which was the labor of 100 years and 10 to build, all of it done in hiding." "Why so long?" "That will be plain when you have sight of it," Mater Motley said. "Be patient, child. The pieces rise even as we speak." She spoke the truth. As soon as she had raised her summoning clavicle into the air and her orders had gone forth, in 9 places around the islands, all of them wastelands or wildernesses where nothing lived to know the secret that lay hidden in the earth there. Now the buried mysteries rolled over in their tombs of dirt and stone, so that the ground cracked and gaped. 9 vast, implacable forms, none smaller than a cathedral, and most much larger, slowly rose up into the air. 2 of the 9 parts of the Stormwalker moved toward each other as they had been programmed to do before they were buried, their massive forms tumbling over as they converged, meticulously aligning themselves so as to fit perfectly with the other, the 2 becoming one. The new singularity formed the vast engine of the machine, the thunder of which rolled around the sky. There would be lightning to accompany it in time, spat from the underbelly of what would be, upon completion, a vessel 3/4 of a mile long, the Stormwalker Christopher Carrion had spoken of, so called because it would stride on legs of lightning. Mater Motley called forth visions of the remaining 7 parts resurrecting themselves, throwing off their blankets of earth and rising to greet the first morning of the night. She felt the profoundest pleasure to witness the approach of the 9 parts of the Stormwalker. Only she knew the genius that had brought the vessel into being. Only she knew that the forges in which its many metals had been melted together in an alloy so black it made midnight look like a blaze of noon had not been fired up in the Abarat, nor ever could have been. Only she knew that the minds that had aided her in its design and construction had been those of beings more remote from the islands than the stars. They were the Nefari. They were from a place or state of mind called the Zale Mazari. It and they existed behind the stars. But nobody in this little empire of hers needed to know about any of that now, just as the time had finally come for her to pluck forth her clavicle and summon up her deathing ship, so the time would come when she would let her true allegiances be known. The alien intelligences that lived beyond the mausoleums of the real had trusted her with their knowledge so that she might lay a road of blood out for them, where they could sit enthroned and dictate the nature of magic from here to the end of the world. That, in essence, was the pact between them. The Nefari provided the technical genius to design the Stormwalker, along with the armaments and war machines. It was Neforite technology that would decide the outcome of the battle to preserve this darkness until it had done its dark work, and it would carry the day. With the islands under her thumb, the Empress would return the favor in kind. While she led the Abarat into an age of blood and gold, the Nefari would be preparing to draw down a curtain over all things beneath the stars. With their Empress, they had been so high, protected from all harm by their devices, they would be able to come and go from the islands with impunity. Subjugated to their Empress's will, the people of the Abarat would not see the monstrous presences in their world, but year on year the work would be done. The land plundered and left fallow, the seeds sown until the time of harvest was upon them. And with the harvest, the end of this foolish game of life. One last season of fecundity, and then time no longer, life no longer, and death incarnate smiling in the silence. Chapter 46. Talking of Mysteries. Candy had been staring out at the darkness, sky, and sea for perhaps an hour, searching her thoughts for any sign, however small, of Boa's presence. She had found none, but that didn't mean she was cleansed of Boa's contagion. She had lived for almost 16 years believing she was Candy Quackenbush, and only Candy Quackenbush, never once realizing that she had another presence inside her head. How could she say with absolute certainty that this wasn't still true? Of course she couldn't. That was the sickening truth. She couldn't know for sure that whatever thread of Boa had twitched into wakefulness when it had seemed Candy's life was over was not still lying in the coils of her mind. And then, from the shore behind her, the sound of agitated voices rose up. What was happening? Something significant, that much was apparent. There was a sickening reverberation in the air and earth. She could feel the shake as it gusted against her face, and could hear the little pebbles at her feet rattling against one another. Had she not been watching the twin darknesses of water and sky for so long, she would not have seen what she saw next, for her eyes would have been unable to distinguish one darkness from another. But they were far subtler instruments than they'd been at the beginning, and in the two darknesses, the one above and the other below, she saw to her distress a third order of darkness moving against the other two. Its silhouette was a puzzlement. What manner of creature was this? A massive shape was moving across the sky, barely grazing the horizon. Even though its mass was entirely black and offered no clue to its true structure, there was something about its slow, steady motion that told Candy it was gargantuan, the size of a city at least. But this vast thing tumbled as it crossed the sky, presenting Candy with a subtly different silhouette as it did so. When she tried to imagine it, all her imagination could conjure up was something that resembled an immense geometrical puzzle. Its passage across her field of vision affected everything around her. The air reverberated, the pebbles rattled and became louder and faster. As for Mama Isabella, she lay smooth and glacial, every ripple and wave laying down in defiance to the passage of the immense traveler. Behind her, Candy heard people asking the same questions she'd had in her head. Even though the mystery had passed from sight, people spoke in fearful whispers. What was it? I heard no engines, nothing. A thing that size ought to make a noise. Well, it didn't. Then it's not Aberratian. And where was it going? It was Geneva who provided the answer to that. It was moving south-southwest, she said. It's going to Gorgosium. There was a surge of responses to this from the people in Geneva's vicinity, but there was one voice that was more audible to Candy than any of the others. It was the last voice she wanted to hear, but she wasn't all that surprised to be hearing it. The Peachtree woman's right, Princess Boa said in Candy's head. Whatever that was, it's heading for Gorgosium. For a moment, Candy contemplated the possibility of pretending she'd heard nothing, but what was the use of that? Boa knew she'd been heard. Ignoring her would be a waste of vital time. I thought we parted, Candy allowed her mind to say. You mean you thought you'd got rid of me? Boa replied. You wanted me gone. Come on, don't say you didn't. You'd had me in your head all those years and you wanted me out. You're right, I did. And I still do. Really? Isn't it just a little lonely in there? Come on. Of all people you can own up to me. It's a lot lonelier in there than you thought it would be, isn't it? I'm not going to invite you back in if that's what you're after. I asked you a question. Yes, it's a little spacious in here, all right. She felt Boa make a small smile of satisfaction. Oh, you're never happier than when someone else is unhappy, are you? Isn't everyone? They just don't admit to it. What do you want? Nothing. I was just checking in. I want to keep a connection between us. I might need your sisterhood one day. I can't imagine that ever happening. Who knows? We are each trapped in the blinding procession of linear time. There is no way to know what the future holds. What about Finnegan? What about him? He's with you, isn't he? What if he is? Don't hurt him, Boa. There was no reply to this. Boa? Candy said. Shall we change the subject? He spent 16 years avenging your murder. Yes, so he's told me, more than once. He loves you. No, Candy. He loves somebody he thought was me. Then let him go if you don't love him. Just don't hurt him. What is this? Has the little witch girl fallen in love with the son of night and day? Not in the way you mean, no. I'm not in love with him, but I won't see him hurt. Empty threats, Candy. But don't worry. His heart's safe with me. Yeah, I'm sure. Moving on. You saw the thing in the sky, I presume? Do you know what it is? Candy said. During their conversation, the huge dark form had moved all the way across the horizon and was almost out of sight. I can't be certain, but Carrion once told me something about a sky ship, a storm walker. It walked on legs of lightning, he said, hence the name. Yeah, he told me about it too, but I don't see any legs of lightning on that. He did, huh? Well, I think it's just a part of the ship. It was made in many pieces, all hidden around the Abarat. That way she could do what I think she's probably doing now. Bringing all the pieces together, so that her death ship can walk the storm. I have no way of knowing for sure, but... Suddenly Candy glimpsed, for a moment only, Finnegan through Boa's eyes. He didn't look happy that he was finally reunited with his beloved. Far from it. His clothes were torn and bloodied, and his expression desolate. Though Candy saw him for no longer than a couple of heartbeats, he looked up in that brief time, and even though there can't have been any visible sign of her presence in the secret chambers where he was Boa's guest or prisoner, it seemed that in that little time he looked at Candy. Looked and saw. Finnegan, she thought, expecting that this tantalizing glimpse was most likely just another piece of Boa's manipulations. And then Boa was gone, and the great room of Candy's head was hers again, and hers alone. Chapter 47. Convergence. She was hair Candy, wasn't she? Candy didn't turn to look back at Malingo. She just kept staring out at the darkness of sea and sky. How did you know? Something about your body. It was different when you were together talking to her, and then I got used to seeing you as you, just Candy. And when she came visiting? I don't know what it was exactly, but it didn't seem to be a happy chat. I have to go to Huffaker, Malingo. Why? What's there? That's where she's got Finnegan, and I don't think he's as happy in her company as he expected to be, not remotely. How are we going to get there? Not we, me. There is no me, Candy. There's only we. Oh, Lordy Lou, she murmured, her voice close to breaking. What did you have to go and say that for? Because it's true. You saved me from Wolfswinkle. And now you're going to save me from the rest of the world? If need be. Do you want to tell the others, then? Candy said. I know they're all suspicious of me, and maybe they have good reason. You should tell them that what we saw out there was a part of a death ship, a stormwalker, Boa called it. Apparently it's 2 miles long. What? No, that can't be. Well, we were just seeing a part of it, actually. And what is it? Boa called it a death ship. Oh, lovely. I don't know if anyone is interested in my opinion, but I suggest that the best thing everybody can do is just lay low. There are terrible things happening out there right now. I'm sure. But it won't last forever. We've got to remember that. The sack brood are dead up there, or dying, and it's only a matter of time before they start to decay and a rain of brood bodies will start falling. Well, that's something to look forward to, Malingo said dryly. And then the stars will start showing through again. Oh, yes, that will be welcome. But it's going to be a grim, filthy mess, Malingo. Light or no light. She drew a deep breath. I'm going to walk a little way along the beach, make a glyph. I'll talk to the rest of the folks. Tell them I don't think Boa is going to cause any more problems, will you? She's gone, and I really don't think she'll be back. Famous last words. Well, I can hope, can't I? "That you can," Malingo replied. "That and not much else." The pieces of the Stormwalker converged on Gorgosium like 9 vast curses carved out of gleaming black destruction. They made the Isabella crazy as they converged on the island, churning her waters up until they were white, and the shadowy air through which they passed was stirred up into an insanity of its own, its particles sticking against one another, causing trillions of tiny fires to ignite all around them. Atop the Needle Tower, Mater Motley turned her clavicle, the black polished surface of which was an unmistakable echo of the 9 pieces which had now come to a halt all around the island's perimeter. Like the air around the needle and the needle itself, Meridian was shaking violently out of sheer terror. "What are you thinking, girl?" the old mother asked her. "They're so huge. How do they stay in the sky?" "It isn't Aberratian magic that made them," Mater Motley said, "or that moves them. It is the technology of those who walk behind the stars." She glanced down at Meridian. "Next time I go to them, you will come with me." "To the other side of the stars?" Meridian murmured as though she was testing the words to see if they contained the truth. "Watch now," the old mother said, raising the black clavicle higher than her head. She uttered an instruction in a language that Meridian had never heard before. Something ignited in the marrow of the bone and blazed from the hairline fissures, shards of flickering illumination that raced away in all directions. Time grew lazy, or so it seemed to Meridian. Her body lost its appetite for breath. The rhythm of her heart slowed to a funereal pace, from beneath the beat of which the noise of what might have been 1,000 thunders rose, one noise rolling into the next so that it became a single unbroken sound, its volume steadily climbing. It was the sound of the Stormwalker's energies she was hearing, she knew. There were lights coming in the 9 parts of the ship, rows of tiny windows in one place, a vast sigil in another, as alien to Meridian's eyes as the words she had heard the old mother utter had been to her ears. There were other signs of how remote from anything familiar to her the device was. As the power of the engines climbed and the lights within the parts multiplied and grew stronger, they shed their illumination in sections of the vast machines that had not been visible until now. What had looked like plain black surfaces from a distance now showed their true faces. They were etched with elaborate detail, black on black on black. She had no idea what she was looking at, whether this was an external manifestation of the Stormwalker's engines or a vast manifesto of destruction. Meridian had no way of knowing. But her instinct told her that the old mother's claims to the origins of this massive creation were true. Meridian had been born into a family of sorcerers and had been surrounded by books that chronicled the history of Aberratian magic from her infancy. But nowhere in the tens of thousands of pages, many illustrated or illuminated by artists of antiquity, had she ever seen anything that remotely resembled the monumental mysteries that were now assembled around Gorgosium. Though they had all halted without crossing the invisible boundary between sea and land, none of them were completely still. Each in its own subtle fashion was preparing for the imminent convergence. They did not need to wait long for the signal. Once again, the marrow in the black bone caught fire, and again sheets of incandescence erupted from it, each striking one of the waiting pieces. The thunder of their energies suddenly rose 100-fold. Then they proceeded to close in upon one another. As they did so, Mater Motley turned the black clavicle skyward, and a 10th sheet of brilliance escaped the marrow. Meridian followed its ascent, passing the incandescence and reaching its destination a second or two before the signal. The Stormwalker didn't have 9 pieces. It had 10. The 10th lay against the top of the lightless sky, its very lean body resembling a spine along the length of which perhaps 50 pairs of multi-segmented legs were arranged. The limb on the left, a perfect mirror of that on the right, the symmetric severity of their design touched now and then by ticks and tremors. The bone signal didn't cure the waiting spine of its agitations. In a matter of seconds, the 10th part went from being a vast stillness touched by flickers of lunacy to a mass of intricate shifts and unfolding that multiplied 100-fold, then 1000-fold. It sees me, Meridian said very softly. Perhaps so, Mater Motley replied. If it does, then it sees something insignificant. A fleck of living clay clinging to its maker. Don't ever think you can understand it. You can't. You can't ever comprehend it, because you don't know the intelligences that made it. The 10th part was now beginning its majestic descent from the top of the sky, and as it did, the other parts picked up speed, still making adjustments in their positions so as to match more accurately the parts with which they were about to be knitted. There was another sound behind the roaring of their many unknowable engines. There was a rising whine of power which became sharper and harder as the pieces converged, and arcs of scarlet lightning leaped between the parts and down from the descending 10th to connect with the 9 below, a spitting, blazing net of energies drawing them together. Below them all, still raised high in Mater Motley's hand, was the beacon bone. The old mother kept her eyes turned skyward, watching the convergence. But the moment that Meridian covered her ears and closed her eyes, she knew. "What are you doing, girl? I didn't bring you up here to have you whimper like a beaten child. It's too much." "Too much? This?" She reached down, her fingers suddenly horrifically long, digging into the girl's hair and scalp. "Open your eyes!" she shrieked, "or I'll have the lids off them so you'll never close them again." "No, please, Mother, please. I'm just afraid." "I said, open your eyes!" "Please, I can't. Don't make me." Mater Motley glanced down at the girl, with her face buried in the soles sewn to her gown. "Is that where you want to be, Meridian? You want to be wrapped up forever in a place you'll be safe?" Meridian didn't open her eyes. She simply nodded and sobbed. Mater Motley looked down at her with utter contempt on her face. "You disappoint me, girl," the old mother said. "You bore and weary and disappoint me. But if that's what the child wants, who am I to deny her?" "Thank you," Meridian said. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "Oh, don't thank me too quickly, girl," the old mother said. "Wait 100 years. The fingers in Meridian's scalp dug farther still, plunging into her thoughts and memories, reaching down with her needle fingers in search of the part she would keep, the soul. Too late, Meridian understood the significance of the old mother's words. "No, Mother, please, no, I didn't mean, no. Her words dissolved into a single shriek as Mater Motley's fingers found her essence and closed around it. In desperation, Meridian reached up and attempted to catch hold of the invading hand, but before she could do so, the will to act was taken from her in that same instant as her soul. Out of the girl's head, the old mother drew the girl's last light, delivering it into one of the countless rag dolls that were sewn to her gown, still awaiting a soul. Mater Motley returned her gaze to the glories of the convergence that blazed above, allowing her hand to linger in Meridian's head only long enough to raise the puppet corpse to its feet, then let it go. Gravity did the rest. The body toppled backward and dropped off the point of the needle tower. Just as the 10 parts of the Stormwalker touched and fused, Meridian's body met the ground. There it broke open, its pungent scent alerting scavengers from every direction to come partake of the feast while it was still warm. Chapter 48. Smiles. "Where are you going?" Gaza asked. He had appeared over the top of the sand dune behind which Candy was summoning up a glyph big enough for 2. "You're not supposed to be here," she told him. "I'm not even supposed to be looking at you." "Well, I am, and you are." "Yes, so I see." "So where are you going?" "I know what you're doing. I may be just a fisherman, but I'm not stupid." "I didn't say you were." "You're making a glyph. You're flying away somewhere, leaving me." "I'm not leaving you. I'm going to find Finnegan." "Oh, good. So I can come?" "No, I didn't say—" You just said you weren't leaving me. Where's Malingo? All right, if you have to go, at least show me how to make a glyph for myself so I can follow you. I will. I can do anything if I want something badly enough. I'm sure you could. And I want to be wherever you are. Gaz, is that wrong? No, it's not wrong. It's just a bad time, that's all. You showed Malingo. He told me. So show me. No! He ran down the slope of the dune at a rush, his piebald features bright with fury in the light off the solidifying glyph. You think I'm like all the rest, don't you? I don't want you to get bent out of shape, but we don't have time for this, Gaz. She turned her back on his stare. I'm not, he said. Candy stared hard at the ground, trying to remember where in the glyph summons she'd been. She was tired, and her fatigue was starting to affect her ability to get things done. Not what? I'm not like the others, he said. He came around to the other side of the glyph so that she couldn't continue to avoid engaging his stare. I'm not waiting for the miraculous Candy Q to come up with all the answers. Well, that's good, because I haven't got any. Sometimes I think I don't have anything except... You're not to blame. Candy looked up at him through the skeletal form of the glyph, its lines solidifying in the air. You look like you hate me right now, he said. No, Candy said. Not hate, just... Why now? Why now what? You know why. Do I? Stop it! Say it. Say what? What you feel. What we feel. So, I'm not just imagining it? Oh, Lordy Lou, he said, throwing up his arms. She couldn't tell who he was angry at, or whether he was even angry. No, you're not imagining it. So, do you? She asked. Well, he said, because I do. Ha! Such relief flooded his face. He grinned the grin of all grins. You should see the grin on your face, he said to her. My face? What about on yours? The glyph finished itself while they were standing there, exchanging their grins. She sensed its stillness. So did he. Your magic's done, he said. I know. You want me to find Malingo? In a minute. We don't have much. Half a minute? No. A minute's good. Before they'd been mortal enemies, Candy and Deborah Hackbarth had been friends. And 2 summers before, when on the first day back at school after summer vacation they walked home together, exchanging tales of summer, Deborah had one big story to tell. His name was Wayne something or other, and she'd met him in Florida, where she'd gone to visit her grandmother. Wayne was the one, Deborah had said. She knew so because it felt right when she said it, which she had, over and over, during that long walk home. And Candy, knowing that it was only a matter of time before the conversation would falter for a moment, and her best friend would sow the seeds of their enmity with the oh-so-casual, "And what about your summer, Candy?" How times had changed. Perhaps the street had survived the flooding of Chickentown by the Sea of Isabella, and even now there were 2 girls sharing secrets as they wandered home from school, but Candy would never know. Not because Mater Motley's all-devouring darkness would devour her, though that was possible, but because she didn't care. She didn't want to go back there. She could live and die here, under these troubled heavens, perhaps even staring at the troubled face on the other side of the glyph. Then came the first shot. A missile was fired out of the west by a weapon of such power that the projectile it launched toward the shore punched its way through hour after hour before striking its target. The trail of fire it left on the air was still decaying when a second projectile was fired, this one aimed much lower than the first, barely clearing the shore as it screeched overhead. When it landed, the force of the explosion was powerful enough to knock Candy to the ground. She got to her feet, gasping for breath, and raced up the dune. To her relief, she saw that Malingo, along with the rest of the refugees, had sought shelter among the rocks. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called to him. "Malingo!" There was no answer from the landscape, which was illuminated afresh when a third volley came shrieking through, this one so low it clipped the hill that rose beyond the shore, sending up a plume of debris. "I have to go, Malingo!" Candy screamed. "Be safe!" When she turned back to the glyph, Gaza was already inside. "We're going together," he said. She had neither the time nor, in truth, the will to argue with him. They needed to be gone, now. As she leaped into the glyph, the small, sleek gunship that had fired upon them appeared from the sea mist that had, until now, veiled the sandy shore upon which they stood. Behind it, Candy saw a vessel at least 30 times as big, its watchtowers and uniformed guards assuring its function. It was a prison ship coming for them all. Candy willed the glyph into motion, but as it rose into the air, a fourth volley came suddenly from the west. It struck its target, and everything went dark. Chapter 49. Of Those Who Walk Behind the Stars. Though the old mother had not known when she would have need of the Stormwalker, nor precisely to what purpose it would need to be put to when that time came, she had laid meticulous plans for how things were to proceed. It was crewed by 350 Stitchlings, and another 4,000 were in the belly of the ship. Massive legions of warriors, ready and waiting to go. They weren't simple, mindless cannon fodder. Far from it. They had been created to make war with the utmost ferocity and intelligence, war so terrible that once made would never be allowed to happen again, because the memory of its horrors would be so grim. In addition, she had on board one member of that species who walked behind the stars. Its name was 91 syllables long, but it answered to Nefori. The physical form it presented to her was an illusion, a thin wavering line of smoke shadow standing 3 times her height. Of its true form she knew nothing. Once she had made the error of demanding that she see it as it actually was, and the experience had almost made her ready to stab out her own eyes. The experience had been so traumatizing she remembered nothing of what she had seen, but she knew what lay just a few vibrations of vision beyond the smoke shadow was a thing so vile, so repugnant, so utterly without beauty or virtue that no mind could witness it and remain sane. It was an engine of venoms and despair. The old mother was quite happy with this. She had no use for mercy or tenderness. She had given herself to the service of darkness and despair the day she had set fire to the mansion containing her entire family, murdering all those within except for her baby Christopher, whom she had raised after her own unholy fashion, educating him in all the joyless wisdom of her rotted heart. But the teachings had failed. He'd fallen for Boa like a witless adolescent, giving her some of the most potent workings in Aberratian magic as tokens of his undying affections. Had Mater Motley not been more powerful, she would have taken this betrayal of her trust more heavily. But those who walk behind the stars had given her access to power that made Aberratian magic seem inconsequential. A power as old as death itself was their muse. And what better proof of how inspiring this power was than the vessel in which the old mother presently traveled? The Stormwalker was full of the Nefori's genius for death-dealing. One such creation was a vast display of the archipelago which floated on the air before her with the internal systems and structures of each hour all rendered visible so that, should it be her will to destroy an island completely, the maps knew of their frailties and would know exactly where to direct the missiles. She studied it now, a 30-foot-long tapestry which looked as though it had been painted on fog with pastel luminosity. The things that were darkness were only a piece of the knowledge the tapestry provided. It also showed her what emotions were rife in the hours. A simple map might have shown her the shape of an island, but never the feelings of those who lived there. This schematic showed the glad news that the islands were drowning in panic and terror. Fiends held sway over the ruins of what had once been places of calm and delight. There were monsters in Babylonium now, walking the boardwalks. And the legendary city of 1,000 fiends, a creature that stood half a mile high, and was home, as its name implied, to 1,000 fiends, had been seen moving in the unpopulated wastes of the island of the Black Egg. Meanwhile, in the southwest, the great head was no more than rubble, destroyed by some monstrous being summoned from the deeps of the Isabella. The council who had once met in its towers and written the entire laws of the islands and kept the peace were now drowned or crushed in the rubble. All the while, Mater Motley's arrest squads continued to collect up anyone who was on the list of those whose names, and there were thousands, appeared on the list of the Empress's enemies. They continued to be shipped to the camp behind Mount Galigali, where the other device that the Nefari had devised for her was being constructed. The Great Eraser of Souls, which was designed to put an end to every individual who had ever raised their voices against her, or that her prophetic seamstresses warned her would do so in the future. There remained only 2 thorns in her side, both of which she and her legions, supported by the fury of the Stormwalker, would deal with. One was the garish nonsenses of Comexo City, where the kid ran riot. The other was the 25th hour. She would leave the time out of time until the last. "To Comexo City, then," she murmured. The Stormwalker heard her instruction. Walking on legs of lightning, scorching the earth black when it set one of its limbs upon an hour, or boiling the waters of the Isabella to steam when it set one of its feet upon the sea, it turned its immensity toward Pion, where Comexo City shone defiantly in the murk of midnight. Chapter 50. Out of the Deep. "Mr. Pixler! Mr. Pixler!" Vorzangler knocked on the door of Rojo Pixler's suite of rooms cautiously at first, then with his fist rather than his knuckles. "Please, Mr. Pixler! This is an emergency!" From within, Vorzangler heard what sounded like the motion of something heavy moving over the polished marble floor. Finally, emerging from this strange sound, came the voice of Vorzangler's beloved genius, the creator of the original Comexo Kid, Rojo Pixler. "I am well aware of the situation out on the streets, Vorzangler. I have legions of kid cops out there, doing their courageous best. But somehow I think a more primal touch is required. There's a huge vessel. It's a mile long, I swear. The Stormwalker? Yes, I can see it on the screens in here. It's Mater Motley, Mr. Pixler. She's calling herself the Empress of all the islands." Vorzangler heard the sound of live reports from the streets of Comexo City, which the great architect was presumably viewing. Pixler had built the city from the wealth the Comexo Kid had brought it. It was the work of a true visionary to have made a city of everlasting light at an hour where the darkness was very deep. The city stood at 3 a.m, but nobody who lived in its bright streets feared the night. Until now. "You don't care that this woman has a vessel capable of destroying the city?" "She wouldn't. She's perfectly capable of killing everything you—" "And the kid. Yes, don't forget the kid. But before the kid was you, Mr. Pixler. You are the creator." "Am I?" "Yes," Vorzangler said, his voice a little less certain now. "Of course you are. Without you, there's nothing." "The kid?" "Sir, you came before the kid. The father must come before the son." "Yes. So the city, sir.